Парам-парам, парам-парам. Здравия всем. Надеюсь, все хорошо проходит этот денек. А я сегодня буду играть в финалочку. Вернулись. Так. Сейчас вот это сделаем. Вот это сделаем. Никита с возвращением. Tuna, welcome back. Welcome back, Tuna. How are you? How have you been? Так, в прошлый раз мы остановились на том, что наконец-то открыли этот квестик. The Brothers Grief. Но начнем мы не с него. Начнем мы с того, что свалим из города и направимся... Я правильно хоть бегу? Правильно бегу. Сходим поболтаем со слонами. У меня репутация с местными сообществами почти выросла. С сообществами Shadowbringers, Кватари и Дварфов теперь по максимуму. К ним заглянем. А уже потом дальше по сюжету. В разогрев. Сольем мой не до конца проснувшийся английский на это. Финалочка. Не знаю, играть в финалку после Endwalker немного странно. Потому что, как бы, Endwalker — полноценная такая завершенная история. Я не представляю, как они ее могут продолжить. Кстати, мне кажется... Найс. Исправили это недоразумение. Вид FPS на 60 залочено. А почему это? Когда-нибудь Йошида исправят этот баг с тем, что физика не работает, если выставить больше 60 FPS. Притом в финалке FPS какой-то странный. В том плане, что даже я вот играю с Smooth Motion, которая генерация кадров от NVIDIA, и все равно оно не очень-то плавное. И это при том, что игра поддерживает нативно DLSS. То бишь, по идее, motion векторы здесь должны быть. Что здесь происходит? Почему здесь народ? Ну ладно. Опс, нёп, не тот. Кем берем? Танцер 81, 81, 81. У самурая вроде самый низкий, да? Да, у самурая самый низкий уровень. Самурай. Вот это наряд! Окей. Кот. Такую одежку для птицы я еще не видел. Так, насколько оно все раскинуто? Оно знатно все раскинуто. Как обычно, в общем-то. Пам-парам-парам-пам. Вообще, пока что история пост-Endwalker меня интересует. Потому что тут сразу связь с 13-м отражением, с бездной. И в дополнение к этому еще и драконы завязаны. Потому что здесь, в Танаире, мы мало времени провели. Времени мы провели достаточно, мы мало общались с местными, особенно в городе. В городе мы так мимолетом были. В основном здесь по окрестностям бегали. Прикольные живые шишки. Блин, может еще финалочку 16-ю поиграть. Музыка там явно хорошая. Я не помню, как самураем играть. Я помню, что им нужно по порядку набирать. А, потом 4, да? Нет, но близко. А, нет. Не-не-не. Вот это вот. Во, да, я вспоминаю. Сперва заряжаешь эти 3 обилки. Это дает тебе ульту. Окей. Окей, я вспомнил. Кстати, у меня новые маунты. Я такие... Спасибо, кажется, Куве на то, что продлил подписку. И теперь у меня есть... Где ты, красавица? Нет, не ты. Где она? Где дракоша? Я слепой? Вот, Твинтания. Шикарная виверна. Она еще может так делать. Прикольная вещь. Широченная птичка. Человек. Что у меня еще есть новое из маунтов? Еще из маунтов у меня новое есть. Надо еще один выбор. Это с ивента. Еще. Еще у меня маунт новый. Йоу, это все не то, не то. Мне казалось, у меня еще один какой-то новый. Не-не-не, я мог альтернативно взять красного Чокобо. Ты с рогом? Оно с рогом? Это не то же самое, что Big Taco. Прям совсем. И близко не стоит с Big Taco. Кого-то там можно убрать. Из избранного. Кто в избранном самый такой слабенький маунт? Наверное, ты. Ты, наверное, самый слабенький. Давай Твинтанию вместо тебя добавим. Шик. Не отвалить. Отвалила? Кажется, отвалила. Это косик, я помню. Здесь надо коробочку забрать, притащить, все просто. Казочки по квесту. Занимающие полэкрана. А это где? Все же по этому квесту, поэтому это все. Мне осталось еще совсем простое, просто раздать. Вау. Самый стандартный человек, которого я видел. Пока что. Мистические высушенные фрукты забирай. А, нет, даже не фрукты, а просто goods. Товары. Какого хрена? Рипер отжигает. Блин, у риперов эффекты. Ну, здесь так много народу. Мы ощущается, будто они объединили серваки. Либо просто не только у нас выходной. Да. Забирают все. Забирают все. Я понял, это максимум репутацию с ними. Ау, да, потому что 60 каждый. Значит, мы 5 заданий выполним на сообщество сегодня. Ну, славно. Очень славно. Очень славно. Давайте тогда пойдем таким путем. Сейчас мы отправимся... Куда сперва? Знаете, к дварфам сперва. Сперва дварфы, потом кватарий, а потом эндволкеровские общества. Не, я что-то был уверен, что дастся 60 в целом за день. По идее, за этот квест мне дадут мало опыта, да? Это же, по идее, без разницы. А, мне так и так арморным. Тут без разницы. Thanks for the memory. Хотя нет, 1 400 000. Неплохо так. Это четверть. Четверть уровня. Ну, чуть больше. Just who I was hoping to see. Lally-ho to you, my hair. Lally-ho? Lally-ho. Aha, a final lally-ho, if I ever heard one. Since the last time we spoke, we've been busier than ever. Our first paying customer, Irolva and Kabaleva, have already started using rolling tankards to ferry their goods about. So far, there have been no reports of any horrendous accidents or anything, which is a relief. We'll be aiming for the same high level of quality for the rest of the tanks. And then so our new friends. Orders been getting around fast. Orders have been flying in thick and fast. This is going better than I dared dream. Отлично. This calls for a celebration. Because it wouldn't be the same without all of the others, so I'll go and round them up. In the meantime, why don't you go over to Claremont and wait with Laranta? Окей. Пойдем там. Ждать их. Производство и продажа танков налажено. И идет хорошо. Ну, здравствуй, бабка. Oh, I see you're the opposite of what they called fashionably light. Since you're here, you can help me get everything ready. Oh, ты вовлечена в устройство празднования? Окей. Не ожидал. Йоу. Еда. I'm surprised you resisted the temptation. Oh, fuck. I'm surprised you resisted the temptation to start digging in before we got here. I bet you ain't never seen a feast like this. I've got the best grub Nervant has to offer. Elias and Solik even brought a keg of their famous ale over from Wraith. But how did they carry something so heavy all this way, I hear you cry? Нет. На танке. Yeah, that's right. By tank, of course. These things might be armed to the teeth with some of the world's most advanced weaponry, but it's what they carry that makes the real difference. People across the land can get you what they need when they need it. Not to mention a few of our life's luxuries too. Quick. It seems like all of our hard work, has finally paid off. To think that Right is at long last able to produce its own ale again. Thanks to you and Ranit. We've had the best barley crop in years. Shriek. Even our very first batch has earned the approval of our village's most demanding beer aficionados. And due to the much improved quality of the soil, we have begun growing our own fruit, the juice of which we've brought for the younger ones and titulars to enjoy. Titulars. Okay. Alright, everyone. It's time for a toast. So raise a tankard of ale or tankard of juice if you're mewling a whelp like Ranit. Watch it, Azog, or you'll be wetting that drink of yours. To the continued success of What's Anvil and all of our friends. Cheers! Блин, я надеюсь, это будет эмоутом, который можно у них получить. The years of struggle and adversity seem a distant memory to the inhabitants of the First. And particularly the dwarves of Halusia will have a vital role to play in the days to come. The ingenuity of fuck. And even after the dishes were cleared away, the celebration continued. Hey, miss. You don't seem drunk in the slightest. I would just like to say... Oh, God. At least finish the sentence before I fall asleep. I think what he meant is, well, owe you a heartfelt thanks, especially Renit. If we showed up, he wouldn't say a boo to a goose, but now he's turned into a great leader. Must be from following your example. We know you have other people who out there who need you, but it would be selfish to expect you to stay, but we're grateful for the time you've spent with us. It means a lot, it really does. And if you're ever passing through, be sure to say pay us a visit. Okay. Well then. Anyway, we best be heading back to Endwalker. Safe travels. Oh, and make sure to say goodbye to Alyssa and Sholek before I leave. They've been meaning to speak with you. Блин, что если у них квест какой-нибудь доступен будет после этого? Как бы здесь нету альянсового квеста сообществ. Но так как это завязано... Оп! А, это конец квеста. So look, I must say, this is quite a gathering. Oh, there you are. Alice and I were just talking about you. We were wondering if the ale was to your liking. And then it occurred to me that you may not even drink in the first place. Do you, partake in the odd tipple? I've been down to wet my whistle on occasion. You can't buy love, but you can buy alcohol. Which is better? Yeah. Yes, and no doubt the volume very in accordance with the nature of said occasion. A happy one, such as this, calls for more than a mere sip or two, I dare say. Can I say, Salik, how wonderful it is to see you in such a high spirits. You're like a changed man. A change we have you to thank for, Maiha. Considering all you've done for us and our village, I cannot imagine how we'll ever repay you. Money. So if there is aught you need, just say the word. Money. My sentiments exactly. I dread to think that what would have become out of us without your intervention. Yes, and we owe a debt of gratitude to Master Ranit as well. Thanks to him and his automaton, my father's dream has at long last come true. If we take a leaf out of Ranit's book, by combining ingenuity with hard work, there is nothing we cannot achieve. Yeah. If the next time you come to ride, we'll have something new to show you. Our doors are always open, so don't be a stranger. Ah, I almost forgot to ask. But have you spoken with Azog? It seems there is something she would like to discuss with you. А что именно? Просто ведут по всем знакомым. С кем мы общались за эти квесты. Have you eaten your fill, Maker? I'm sure she has room for some more. Have you tried these wrigglers from Amarang? If you can pluck up the courage, they're quite delicious. Yeah, I can't get enough of them. Just thinking about them is making me queasy. Come on, leave a little. It's like I always say, youth is wasted on the young. Yeah, and it'd be even more waste if a gifted engineer like me choked to death on some god's-forsaken worm. I've got to look after myself if I want these plans of ours to come to fruition. Anyway, Varatha, I'll bet your best years are still ahead of you. In fact, why don't you come and help out at What's Anvil? It's gonna be better than drinking tea and soaking in hot springs all day. When you get to my age, you'll learn to appreciate things like this. You mark my words. Still, it wouldn't do to let my skills get rusty. I suppose I could pop over and do a spot of welding from time to time. Actually, Maha, there is something I want to say to you. For most of my life, I've been living according to others' expectations, without thinking about what I want. But thanks to you, I've made up my mind. Okay, yes, sir. Like you, I'm going to pursue my own goals, my own dreams. That's why I've decided to carry on here, where I can express myself and be who I want to be, rather than wasting my life being bound by tradition and rules. I want to be free to go where I please and do as I please. But don't you want to go back to your village? All the thralls here have permission to travel between Tomra and Anvil whenever they want. What about you? Well, it's not as though I've been banished. Not yet, anyway. Stop! What? You can hardly go back to Tomra now, can I? From this day forth, I'm no longer a Gog. I shall live only as Ozog. Descendant of What's himself. I answer to no one. But you can't just take off your helmet like that. It's indecent. Ninja's getting flustered by the sight of a pretty girl. How can he expect to beat me in a battle of wits if he turns into a bubbling buffoon every time I take my helmet off? What's hammer is as good as mine. That reminds me, I should get started on my next creation and prove my superiority once and for all. Time to head back to the anvil. And it looks like I might be joining you sooner rather than later. You young'uns have brought me some much-needed excitement, and I can't wait to see what you'll come up with next. Здравия с возвращением. И остался Ранит. О, я летающий хря. Я был тут, но океанская рыбалка не давала возможности отвлечься. О, у тебя акула есть? Скорее всего, есть. That a zog! And she got no shame, just because she don't want to go back to Cobra. There's no need to expose herself like that. I know you're not at all a Gog, so I don't expect you to understand. But you agree with me, don't you? Что-то pet mount? Pet mount. За набор какого-то объема очков в рыбалке тебе дается маунт. Типа за одну рыбалку. И оно довольно-таки просто делается, потому что я, не знаю, на 30-м уровне, кажется, рыбака, я почти что выбил эту акулу. Я просто с тех пор ни разу не пробовал еще раз. Нет, туда нужно просто поэтому по гайду сходить, типа взять нужную приманку, в нужное время ее использовать, и все, и там легко выбиться все. Насколько я понимаю. Типа это один из самых простых маунтов. This is the worst thing that ever happened in Lakeland. The worst thing. You take off your helmet too. You might find it liberating. Это у меня есть культиватор на 100 000 островной валюты. Культиватор. Это который? Это не байк летающий? Не, или это робот, который? What? No, absolutely not. Never. I'd rather lose my whole damn head than remove my helmet. This is all Ozak's fault. She needs a bloody good talking to. But that can wait. Bugger it. I can't remember what I was gonna to say. Something about thanking you. Oh, whatever it was. Well, I suppose I should express my gratitude for sticking with me through thick and thin. Even when it looked like this whole plan was gonna blow up in my face. I know sometimes I can get a bit jealous of you having so many talents compared to me, being the savior of the bleeding world and all that. But I know you ain't going to steal my thunder. You're just trying to be a good friend. And you are the very best. Он с нами заигрывает. Bloody hells. Keep this up, and I'll start bowling like a newborn. Anyway, the struggle to get these tanks might be over, but me, Azog, and the others carry on here. So, if you ever feel like showing off these skills of yours, you know where to come. In the meantime, best of luck with saving the world. Oh, whatever you'll be doing. Aww. Aww. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, дварфы. Reputation up! Bloodthorn. Реквесты, да-да-да. Оу. А нового ничего здесь не появится? Lolly Hope Emote. Новый эмоут. Это что за эмоут? Лолли-хоп. Ау, это еще один танец. Окей. Окей. Идешь сюда. Шик, шик. Теперь Панау. Погнали. Лохи сегодня не будет. Потому что ночь. Увы. Не, ну может сегодня не будет, но сейчас не будет. Поэтому оставим эту музыку. Она хороша. Так, я тут звоночек жду. Тут, наверное, без разницы, да? Не-не, ботанист. Здрасте, как у вас дела с раскопками? Это что за камень? Oh, yeah, Maya. On behalf of the stewards, I thank you for your tireless efforts. I have our sincere gratitude. Indeed, Wikvatari must bear this responsibility of having spread the box to these parts of the forest. Finally, we have brought this painful chapter of our history to the close, and we should not have done so without your invaluable aid. At first, I feared we might damage our relations with Knights Blessed and the V's beyond repair. Instead, we have managed to overcome the plague together, and in doing so, the time-tested bonds between our people are stronger than ever before. I travel to Slitherbow and Fanau all the time to share tidings from the forest with my newfound friends. Okay. Вряд ли это место как-то изменится уже. Это все уже отстроено. And with the guidance of the Great Serpent, we have reclaimed long-lost knowledge, not just of our own kind, but of Great Ronka itself. In studying the restored stela, I have had occasion to reflect and ruminate on the history of the Empire. It truly was a great civilization, controlling and exerting influence all over the ancient Northrend. It was a civilization of great enlightenment, welcoming myriad people and uniting them under a single banner to live in peace and prosperity. Human V's, Kotari and Ronso, living side by side and working towards a common goal. Good. The artistic and academic accomplishments of the Empire were many, and yet this is the greatest strength. Would also prove its downfall. So my theory holds. As the Empire expanded and the years went on, once strong friendships and alliances began to turn sour. Small disagreements flared into all-out conflicts, and Ronka, once akin to a mighty tree that seemed as if it would stand forever, began to splinter from within. I imagined Ronka in its final days, withered and dying. No doubt the Emperor sat on his throne, waiting in vain for the arrival of one who would restore his empire to its former glory, waiting for the ally of Ronka. Sorry I was late. Compared to the long and storied history of Ronka, my own 3 years seem as insignificant as the drop of water in a great and gushing river. I understand the sentiment, my boy, but it is not so. While the lifespan of any one Kutari may be short, but we must never underestimate the value of our shared knowledge and wisdom accumulated through our many experiences and recorded for the sake of posterity. But здравия. Just as our forefathers did their part to shape and the course of our own history, so too will the discoveries of you have made serve the to forge the future of our people and the Great Wood itself. Yeah. But we must not forget our friends and allies. Without this aid, we may not have survived to see this day. But I trust you to convey our gratitude to them in my behalf. Quicarl. But of course, Father, consider our gratitude conveyed. Вышел говорить. Ho-ho. I will loan in, I see. Why I trust you to escort my son to Fanao. I would not be able to forgive myself if anything unfortunate happened to him on his way of triumph. Maiha, Master Lionel will be overjoyed to see us, I'm sure. Блин, снова работаем сиделкой. На океанской рыбалке необычно много народу было. В целом необычно много народу. Я так понимаю, патч те проходят. Поэтому онлайн, наверное, поднялся существенно. Я давно при логине не видел очередей в 22 человека. Лонел. О, фак, я не помню ваш голос. Он очень рыкающий. It pleases me to hear that all is well at the stubble. We are honored to have done our small part to be of service to our Quatari friends. Never did I think I would live to see this age-old alliance of Ronkan rekindled. For us as well, Master Nail. From ancient rituals to the remedies that eased our pain in trying times, there is so much wisdom that we'll learn from you. I am certain that this is only the start of a long and fruitful friendship. You are wise beyond your years, my young friend, and there is much that you and your people have already taught us. Promise that you will continue to share with us your gleanings from history, that we might put them to use ourselves in protecting and preserving our forest home. It would be an honor. All's well that ends well, yes? And now I do believe the time has finally come that I stop tarrying and take to the road. Are you going somewhere, my good Madame Pina? I will depart on a journey that has been far alone in the making. I intend to travel beyond the Great Wood's reaches, and search of these who live scattered across the land, that they might join us here in Araktika, to together preserve and pass down the wisdom of Ronka. Fanao has always been my home, and it will not be easy for me to leave it behind. And yet I will live with the knowledge that the forest is in good hands. Promise me that you will not let Sida get into too much trouble, yes? I dare say you're the one who needs a looking after, sister. Perhaps I should accompany you. Rest assured, I am more than capable of taking care of myself. Когда-нибудь они сделают так, чтобы их ухи двигались. Единственное, что мне не нравится в этих кроликах. У них каменные уши. Forgive me if I refrain from stepping in the midst of this sibling squabble. Go in safely, Pina. And know that the azure balloons will always guide you home. У тебя тоже. Не-не-не-не. Не. У Микоты они хотя бы двигаются во время эмотов. Thank you, Master Linnea. I will return. And with that... Это не считается. And with that, I had best to be off, before I find another reason to delay my journey any longer. Young Carol, you might have. I promise me that you will be well. Окей, сейчас, да, мы можем это обещать. Перед началом Endwalker я не мог это обещать вообще никак. Ина. And you as well, Tina. No matter how far my journey may carry me, know that a part of me is always here with you. And I with you, sister. Aw, our kiss. Бой. И она осталась одна. Прямо for now? Ой, в Slitherbow. Saying goodbye is not easy, is it? But it's time we returned to the road again ourselves. We must pay our respects to Valan and Queenfoot, after all. Very well. We will not keep you any longer. Do pass along our respects to our friends in Slitherbow. I was not certain what to think of that Queenfoot at first, but he has proven a loyal friend. But of course, should you ever have time, do come visit Father and I. Nothing would make me happier than to be able to show you around this stubble. Не знаю, стопл такая помойка. Стопл довольно-таки... О! Пришло время. Ое! Блин, текст еще не начался, а я уже хочу кушать. Big fat tacos, so big fat tacos, so big. Я вот задумывался, если бы я 7 лет не проходил квесты на Мазу, их бы уничтожили? Да. Да, тогда бы не было намазу, как бы. Видишь, здесь же в первом намазу нету. Но это все потому, что они не отпраздновали один раз. Надо было не победить. Big fat tacos. О, что он здесь делает? Master Milan, are you certain you should be up and about like this? Have no worries, my little friend. I'm feeling like my old self again. I hear that all is well again at Stopple too. That's truly a relief. I shudder to think of what would have happened to all of us here in the Gravewood if you hadn't made your discovery. Truly, we owe a debt of gratitude to your ancestors and their wisdom. And truly, well, owe a debt to the great serpent of Ronka, by whose divine auspice A young criminal was led to the stela, in which the cure was inscribed. Yes, praise to the serpent, praise be. Do you think you could keep your voice down a bit? Some of us are still recovering from the life-threatening plague, you know. Speaking of which, Crickerl, whatever made you think that a little fellow was a great serpent in the first place? When Quinford first started rambling onto that end, I thought he'd finally lost the last of his wits. An excellent question, Valan, and one I have been giving some thought to myself. Father had always told me tales of how the Ronkans worshipped a great serpent in their guardian and protector, but there were no clear records of its physical appearance. On the night that darkness returned to the skies, the small creature we now know well arrived before us, wearing that curious hat. Intrigued, I followed after it. It led me through the revel, where I saw that the passage to all an ancestral homeland was as long last open once more. Jumping for joy, I picked up the small creature up and ran home to share the news with the father. With a tear on his eyes, he gazed at me deeply and spoke these words. The great serpent itself has arrived to guide us home. In that moment I knew it must be so. Ah. A moment of divine inspiration, no doubt, and not altogether unlike my own. Yes, this is most fascinating indeed. What the fuck? In my own case, the great serpent has appeared before me in my visions for as long as I remember. Time and again, it shared with me the words of wisdom that I have so dutifully recorded as the gospel of the Quinford. One day, it called out to me with a terrifying scream, warning of a great calamity that was to befall the Great Wood if I did not arise to action. It was shortly after that we came upon that tiny creature in the forest, and I recognized it immediately as the incarnation of our divine protector. It is clear now that all was leading us to this day. Its first appearance in my visions, our meeting, all that has been part of the Great Serpent's great design to restore peace, harmony, and prosperity to the forest. Truly, we'd never have been able to rediscover our history, know our spread of the plague, were it not for the serpent's guidance and wisdom. Really, your forefathers revered the great serpent as well. Why else would they have engraved it atop this final stela, buried deepest in the furthest from the Sin Eater's reach? Now, this immaculately preserved stela stands before us as incontrovertible proof that this steady creature is indeed that which we all instinctively perceived it to be, the manifestation of Ronkan's divine protector, who has come once more in our time of need to guide our people through trying times and into a new generation of peace and prosperity. Last time, after its work was done, the Great Serpent left us. going off to some place where only gods dare to tread. Actually, it's just been following my about on her adventures, you know. What nonsense is this, Valan? Clearly, the Great Serpent has been watching over us all this time. In any event, it is clear that we owe the Serpent a debt of gratitude. It would be remiss for us not to make a pilgrimage to a site where we might properly pay yeah. I would like nothing more than to pay us Master Quickwood. But where is no telling there is... But there is no telling where the Serpent has gone. Where might we go, that it might hear our words? Fear not, my young Quidari friend, but I know just the place. The ancestral, slumbering place of the Great Serpent. The mighty crystal that was appeared before me time and again in my visions. I speak of none other than a fruit of Protector, cradled amidst the waters of Lake Tisu-Mekta. Valan and I make the trek there night every day to express our gratitude to the Great Serpent for deigning to share its divine guidance with us. Don't look at me like that, you might have. I didn't go every time, and when I did, it was just to keep Queenford here out of trouble. Just how should we go about expressing our gratitude to the Great Serpent? An astute question, my young friend. If you wish, I will be happy to share with you some choice passage from the Gospel of Queenford that would be most suitable for the occasion. For example, there is a chapter 15, verse 5, which begins as follows: "Oh, hearken unto the heavenly scree." Never mind Queenford's rambling. I'm sure the Serpent would appreciate it all the more if you thanked it with your own words. And so would the rest of us, trust me. Thank you, Alan. I believe I will do just that. Tak. Root of the Protector. Опа, опа. Возможно, тут уже готова лохи. Она не исключено. Как бы 5 утра. Или оно в 6 начинается. 6 утра начинается. Yep. Еще не утро. Но скоро утро. Oh. Dum, dum, dum. Well, here I am, but what words can truly convey my feelings to the Great Serpent? Hearken unto the heavenly scree. You just say thank you. Perhaps I should just keep it simple. Yes. Oh, Great Serpent, thank you ever so much for watching over us. You have my most sincerest gratitude. It was by your guidance that my people have reclaimed our history and that I have made so many new friends and allies. I promise that we will never forget you, and to pass down the tales of your generations and generations to come. What's happening? Do you think the serpent heard my words? Чтобы он так Праймала случайно не призвал. Типа огромный кусок аферита все-таки. Да, в 6 утра начинается. Lahi. The crystal glimmered and glowed. It almost felt like it was speaking to me. Do you believe this means the serpent heard my words? At the very least, I've heard to know. I take heart in knowing that I have conveyed my thanks to the serpent, and to all of our new friends throughout the forest. And this I can return to Father, and the stop with my heart held tight. Конечно, необычная эта композиция. Фанау, отвали со своей музыкой спокойной. Верни мне лохи. И крайне необычная композиция. I cannot thank you enough for accompanying my son throughout the forest. To the end, you have gone above and beyond on our behalf. It is a deep debt of gratitude the Kotari will not soon forget. In reclaiming our heritage and history, we have also rekindled time-honored bonds of friendship with our fellow residents of Rektika. The knights blessed the V's, the great serpent, and not the least of all, Imaiha, ally of Ronka. All have played a part in events that will be etched in the annals of history. Yes, the stewards shall see to it that there is events are handled down to their children, and our children's children, and so on until long after we ourselves are gone. You have my word. In the meantime, we shall continue our excavation of the tunnels beneath the stubble. I have even considered commissioning the creation of a new stela, in which all we have gleaned in the recent days may be recorded for posterity. Father and I might not have seen eye to eye in our impertitions,
of history. But I can assure you that we are all of a like mind regarding the future we would forge for our people. Oh, how have you grown, quick hero? Scrutiny brings a tear to my eye. Thank you for everything, Maya. I know that there are many places you must journey, but know that you will always have a home here in the stubble. Is that not so, O great serpent?
Зайсты. Reputation up. И опять-таки дополнительной награды нету. Но! Ими покончено. Все миссии их выполнены. Ну, если это мне не... А? Вообще, да, странно, что Маунта нет с музыкой лагеря. У каждого лагеря своя собственная музыка и все дела. Давай, лохи! Лохи! Так, теперь отправляемся обратно в Тавнаир. Здесь полно народу. И вон еще один человек летит. Я никогда не видел здесь столько народу. Серьезно, видимо, с новой обновой народ вернулся. Блин, я думал, это кот, а это не кот, это ящерица. Ил. Я надеюсь, ему лучше станет. Виноват? Не туда пошел? Мне предложили метку возвращенца, от которой я отказался. А, то, что по центру выскакивает сообщение, типа, что с возвращением после долгого типа, отсутствия. У меня при каждом запуске она появляется, я ее вот просто сбрасываю, типа, решу потом. Так и год. Хилин. Выглядит так, будто она ему массаж делает. Кстати, не новичок больше. Удивительно. В смысле не новичок больше? Я должен быть все еще новичком. У меня... Я не прошел. У меня ни один класс до сотого не докачан. Ну да, все еще. О, другое дело. Happy to see you, Maya. I've actually got something to tickle your thinker with. Hey, Maru, get over here. Что вы задумали? Я раньше перестал быть новичком раньше 100 уровня. Тут вроде как новичком перестаешь быть после того, как либо MSQ завершаешь текущее, либо же после того, как достигаешь максимального уровня на данный момент. Типа 2 триггера, насколько я понимаю. Starting with the good news. Looks like the hottest thing on top of the year is Storonu's new tender. Folks can't get enough of our homemade rub.
being able to eat whatever we want, whenever we want, about the best idea I've ever come up with. All you really need in your life is a kitchen. Which brings us to our recent pickle. All the new business we've gotten is really wearing down our hippos, who can afford to lay off the work. But my poor girl Sarah's got bags under her eyes. Aww. Do the hippos have comfy beds? This calls for a dip in the spa. Spa? Вы все-таки микота? You know, I've never given creature comforts much thought before. But if it's for our hippos, maybe it's time to start. Boss! Huh? Oh, if it isn't Garza. Where are you going back so early? You're supposed to be out on delivery, aren't you? That's just it, boss. We've got trouble. The order I was out delivering, it got snatched straight out of my arms. Ooh. Just when I entered the jungle, this bulldog jumped out at me like I'm serving 2 for 1 at his favorite main. I pull up so I don't ride straight into him, but he rushes me, grabs the food I'm holding, and takes off. Ты Микронов проходил? Прохожу. Я параллельно все это делаю. How dare he? Stealing my food and running around in a fleshy armor. Ain't gonna answer to nobody. Armor? A mule musher wearing armor. Alright. Forget that loon Gaza. We're gonna make the order and get it delivered on the double. Imaiha, you up for stretching your legs? Let's see if we can't find this son of a Bajamga. Good. I'll go and hitch up Stora. You just didn't let me. How am I gonna convince her this time? Food. Like I said, we've got a thief to catch. Meet me over there at the shutout of the Sobga, and we'll see if he left any non-crumbs. Okay. Taco time. Крохотные. Но они хотя бы драконы, в отличие от Твинтани. Big fat tacos are big, fat tacos are big, fat tacos so big. Вкусная песня. Даже при том, что я ни разу так и не ел. Ну, здравствуй. А вот и мы. Yeah, perfect timing. Me and Sarah just made a sweep, but we didn't see nothing out of the ordinary. And surprising, of course. No thief I've ever met sticks around to face the music. Anyway, See if you can pick up anything we might have missed. And the jungle's always moving after all. You never know what you might find. Means I'll catch up in a bit. Let me know if you find anything suspicious.
Ты ж так, когда пойдешь в... Звучит как спойлеры. С другой стороны, так мы уже ели в игре. Неоднократно. Притом еще даже до того, как мы вроде бы выбрались из... Где-то вокруг Елим-Соломинск, кажется, первая атака была. Просто по заданию. Ну, типа как награда за задание.
As a survey area for suspicious activity, you spot an armed Arcasadora. Ooh. You recognize her as the hunter, Stula. She lifts her hand in salutation before disappearing into the jungle. Oh.
Вот там жалкая пародия. Окей, окей. Будем ждать тако. Блин, может... Мне нужно начать новый сбор донатов. На тако под тот момент, когда я дойду до... новой обновы. Dawntrail.
Ипуков. Aww. Your survey of the area yields not a suspicious person, but two adorable hippo calves. You may smell more like hippo than you think, because they cling to you as a comrade. А, черт. Черт. Парфюм, которым меня облили, он выветрился. Нет, мы снова воняем. Мы снова вонючая котяра. Ага. Класс. Новое каноническое подтверждение того, что воин света воняет. Великолепно. Только этого не хватало. Without a herd to protect them, these two calves might easily fall prey to other wild beasts. It would be best to pause your search for now and accompany them to safety.
Главное не напороться на их мамочку.
This energetic hippocalf looked ready to follow you. It nudges the shy hippocalf beside in an encouragement. Then I should know what to do.
А, то бишь мы просто обратно нужно их привести.
Stealth. Ooh, stealth.
Видел броню с плащом, который отрезает хвост, забыл, правда, где. Это этот... броня пауэр-рейнджеров. Она хвост отрезает тоже. Отрезала во всяком случае.
How did... Wait. Where do you get these hippos? Don't tell me you're the type that can't help picking up chase if they look at you with a winsome like. Nothing suspicious, save these little hippo... little pots. Huh? Strange they weren't other hippos, though. Missouri also made an odd find. A red end who'd gotten smacked around by a beast, but no sign of our thief anyway. Now, anyway, I doubled them into the cart and sent Spider off to Palaka's stand. Let's head over as well. Guess I should be there with his delivery by now. And when I get his account again. Bring these calves out while you're at it. It's too dangerous to leave them out here alone. Okay.
Стоп, не говоришь, что мне их туда везти надо? Oh, fuck. А, это местное поселение. Окей. А местное поселение спуталось вот с этим поселением. Great Work. Great Work — это другое. Это было, кажется, в Шотлиане. Там все с плащами, блин. Ну, здрасте.
Looks like that Radian got back safe. One of their friends just thanked me. Greetings, Maiha. Yazan tells me you've taken to the shipping trade. You sure do know everybody, don't you? Apologies for the delay of your delivery. Some scoundrel ran off with the first batch we sent. What's this islands coming to their Arctadora? Can't they even trust each other and not to act like two guild thieves? And that's not even getting into the buggers' poor taste in armor. Anyway, we're terribly sorry for keeping you waiting, miss. Nothing of it. It was only the most minor of delays. I'm worried about this scoundrel you mentioned. I've been patrolling this area for some time, and this is the first I've seen of an Arctadora. But in armor? Oh no, mother of a friend.
Вы знакомы?
In any case, I'll be sure to keep my eye extra sharp whilst patrolling. We can have Matanga running wild and pilfering prawns now, can we? You're making an odd squeaking noise. Did you know? And Yutaka is getting cold. There you are. Yeah, Rakashir. Let us eat. His grandmother used to say, an empty stomach leads to forest fires. Oh, was it friendly fire? Forgive me, I feel faint. After we partake of this delicious meal, so we shall scout the jungle for any nefarious suspects. I will send word if we find anything. А так ничего для ящерицы. So, are you gonna introduce me? Or shall I skip straight to the cuddling? Aww. Он зевает. They were alone? Usually calves this young are glued to their parents. But you're saying there were no other hippos around. My deliveries are done, so why don't I go and have a look around the watering holes up north? See if my expert eye can pick up something useful. Truth be told, there is Darling probably smell too much like us to be going back to their herd now. Take them home so we can make sure they grow up right. Believe us.
Два халявных бегемота. Добро пожаловать в Яндекс.Доставку. Вы наняты.
Guys hadn't be hot-headed. But he's a real hippo whisperer. And no one knows him better. I'll take the juniors back to Savannah. Just stop by later when you get the chance.
Так понимаю, на этом квесты остановятся. Больше мы не узнаем о том, кого. Ну да, это все, это финал этой части квеста. Этой части истории. Зал для танцев. Парам-парам-пам. Блин, как я хочу в Миросидию попасть? Она, по идее, должна быть выжженной пустошью, где нет ничего живого, но... Ну, что-то живое должно быть, не знаю, там... По границам. Ну да. А откуда столько котов в последнее время? И нет, мне не кажется, все-таки. Виноват. А, они теперь здесь тусуют. Окей. О, для вас уже повозки приготовили. Великолепно. Сразу запрягаем. Пусть пашут. Возможно, они были кошками когда-то. Возможно. Возможно, они не удержались и сменились на котов просто из-за того, что у котов есть этот приседь. Love what? Который эксклюзивен для них.
You have them making themselves right at home. Nothing better than having a herd, after all.
Пробует большинство. О, нет, они плодятся.
You went out looking for a bandit and brought back Hebrew calves instead. You're pretty bad at finding things you might have, but they're sure cute. The master returns. Find anything? I've searched high and low, boss. But there ain't no Hebrew to be had for guile or glory. Judging by their tracks, the herd must have up and left in a hurry. So, you think the calves got left behind in a scramble? I reckon nothing short of an outright blaze would be enough to separate calf from calf. But I ain't heard news of any fires recently. Something else might have done it, boss. Or someone. I found tracks that look an awful lot like an Arxadora. A hippo poacher. Ooh. Oh, fuck. And rule it out, to be sure. Thankfully, I don't find any grizzly beats or nothing. So either way, the hippos probably got away safely. In any case, we've got a no good grab-grabbing hippos harassing a low life on our hands. We've got to be extra careful till we catch this bandit. Maybe so. But us hippo riders are professionals now. We can't just let nothing stop us from delivering. Son of a bajamba. The creature comforts. The creature comforts. Boss, are you feeling alright? I am, but our heroes ain't. If this thief comes angling for our deliveries again, and the heroes are too tired to hold themselves out there, we're done for. Now I'm feeling great about our odds. And I'm not feeling great about our odds, seeing as even Surya was chipping me the cold shoulder earlier. I thought I'd have to pull her in the cart. If it's the rest our poor pots need, then our first order of business is a proper sleeping stable. Long overdue, if you ask me. And for our new additions, a wading pool. It's safer if they can swim right at home. I guess we could fix up that old fish pond and make it splash. It ain't deep enough to the bigger hippos, though. It's better than nothing. And we can keep them cupped up in one all the time anyway. It's no good for the hippo soul. Might as well take him out for proper bathing exercises. I guess they are the ones doing the most of the legwork. But this ain't no small project, Yasa. You better be helping me build all of this. Не надо. Им пофиг. Прям нужно будет ловить не мужа, а жену для размножения. О. Эй, расширение владений. О. Прям я. Thanks to Maru and Hasa's exhaustive efforts, Sharva has a new stable and wading pool. The hippo riders are now known as unique couriers, which is presumably an improvement. Make the most of their rested and refreshed hippos. Ой, прикольное издание. Вот было бы шикарно, если бы с выходом новых обновлений на старых локациях происходили такие же изменения, как здесь вот. На территории сообществ. Additional quests will be available. Wider selection of where from Ghana. Канта. Канта, ты где-то здесь был. Она. Он. Она. Вау, кастомные анимации. Doesn't like a good job, eh? Такой себе склад. Больше лоба и здесь слоны. Так, что новое? Краснодар, мобильная, крохотная Краснодара. Ну, остальная это материя. Еще один миньончик.
так себе. Так, есть ли у него анимация взаимодействия с ним? Есть! Ну, типа здоровается в ответ. Па-пара, па-па-пара, па-пара-па-пара. А, да, у меня еще ведро есть. Совсем забыл про ведро. Поднять ведро я, естественно, не могу. Это справедливо. И ведро никак не реагирует. Чем она магическая? Хоть и была похожа на меня. Это точно не вода. Ой, там рыбка все-таки. Это вода, просто она какая-то, не знаю, мыльная на поверхности. Пара-пара-па-пара-па. Есть у меня получше что-нибудь? Тут понос. Так, он реагирует. Add to favorite. The Major General. Вот эта рыбеха прикольная. Наверное, все. А, нет. Блин, он много так носится. И бабушка, видимо, просто меняет позицию, когда ее трогаешь. Нет, она ничего не делает. И она не садится на тебя. Странно. Это Котя. Правильно или Котя? Она даже правильная Котя. Ладно, давайте оставим Dust Bunny. Одно из самых древних существ в этом мире. Вообще никак не изменились за последние 10 тысяч лет. Так, у нас по... Нет, по заданиям. 9 еще доступно. Ну, это пока что 9 доступно, потому что сейчас мы отправимся в... Скорость времени. Микрон. Туда, либо в микрон. Сперва сюда. Кристальные поверхности. И прикольные кристальные поверхности. Так, а здесь кем? Крафтера. А вы одинаково. Окей, тогда... Ладно так. Раз они одинаковые. Imagine way. Давай мне еще 3 задания. Хоп-хоп-хоп-хоп-хоп. Одно из них в центре где-то. В центре что? В центре тут у меня еще квестиков не было. Оу, он наверху в центре. Way. Статус фантастик. Плавно. Поболтали. О, блин. У нас будет Dance Battle. Здравствуй. У тебя крафт? У тебя крафт. Удивительно. Здесь без разницы что, без разницы что. Да, хватит. Первый есть. Второй есть. Шик-шик-шик-шик. Это не тебе отдавать, словно. Ну, Трансформер. Давно я на себе не летал. На тексте заметно артефакты генерации кадров. То есть стороны в сторону двигаешь. Я просто купил не всех маунтов на острове, но я там был только ради культиватора. Что за культиватор? Не это ли культиватор? Нёп, не дописано, что это культиватор. Просто байк. Ведь у меня нет культиватора. Надо на остров заглянуть. Что на остров заглянем? Я там давным-давно не был. Тут тебе невысокого качества, это хорошо. Это славно. Раз, два, три. 3 должно быть достаточно, да? Нет. Ну, так или иначе, хватило. Кофеинчик. Забирай свой товар. Забирай. И летим обратно к ним в офис. Блин, ты меня заинтриговал этим культиватором. Я надеюсь увидеть обычный трактор. Если это будет не трактор, я буду разочарован теперь. Ты же понимаешь. Там красный трактор, у которого в кабине можно сидеть. Ау. Ау, эту штуку. Окей, я ее видел у людей, я думал... Я думал, что... Окей. Пам-парам-пам-пам. Надо. Хочу. Да. Стоп, танцевать надо. Пам-пам. Я его не выбрал. Что танцевать? Оказался двухместным. И ваши доказательства. Он двухместный, а не трехместный он. Все, меня похитили. Тоже нельзя слетать пока в воздухе. Еп, все, похищен. Все, меня поймали. Вообще, хорошее место сделать перерыв. Я на байке. Меня катают. Это moved. В смысле? В смысле я не могу это включить, когда двигаюсь? Нечестно. Ладно, мы сделаем так. И что игра удумала? Так, мы полетели. Я пойду сделаю перерыв, схожу, заварю себе чаек, кофейку и вернусь. Скоро буду. Сейчас выбросят меня на каких-нибудь мобов. Парам-парам. Парам-парам. Я вернулся. Эй! Спасибо за покатушки. Свобода! Сбежал. Так, выполняем это. Promoted. Так. Тут еще 2 комнатки будет. Тут роботы, тут танцы. Что-то мне подсказывает, что одна из них это будет одежда. Ну, Dreaming привет. Ящерица. What? Живой пудинг? Fresh squid stuffed with vibrant array of vegetables and cheese, then simmered to perfection in dry white wine. О, я еще ненавистник. Какие ваши доказательства? Шовинист. Только коти. Только специфические коти. The machining station has surprised our wildest imaginings. What are those things? Mechanical mysteries aside, we've gathered a good crowd. Yet I know we can do more. I feel it in my ears. Серьезно, у этих, космических зайцев анимация ухьев лучше, чем у этих Виз. Или как они, Виера. Во. Ну как так? Они даже не играбельная раса. I asked the others if they had any ideas, and apparently Managing Way has its all planned out. Managing Way, can you share your thoughts with Майха? Такие Виера. Которые зайцы. Которые большие зайцы, играбельные. Они ведь Виера? Да, они Виера называются. Certainly. Consider, if you will, the traditional leopard diet. Carrots, carrots, and more carrots. Many of us, myself included, have in fact subsisted exclusively on carrots. Contact with the people of Theris, however, has revealed a whole world of non-carrot foodstuffs, in addition to fascinating trades and traditions entirely centered around food. If leopards had harbored a secret passion for such cuisine, how would they know? They would not, until they visited our one-of-a-kind cooking station, that is. A delicious idea, is it not? I'm genuinely asking. I, too, have eaten and not baked carrots, you see. And thus we arrive at our primary issue, stuffing. There are few leopards with sufficient knowledge of cuisine. Puddingway? What about Puddingway? He's certainly enthusiastic. I know a cooking way. Cooking way. Puddingway не будем рекомендовать. He does seem to be a natural choice, doesn't he?
Unfortunately, he is currently studying with the Charlians.
То же самое, что и Пудингвей. Мы увидели на поверхности. Да, в Маунте написано, что 2. А выглядит как 3 там должно поместиться. Ну ладно.
We would need to coax him back to the moon, if he is to work with us. Perhaps he won't need coaxing. Won't know. We won't know until we try. Though I don't fancy wandering through the city by myself again. And with the galliners running to and fro. They never watch these... They never watch where they are swinging those pointy knees of theirs. Ah, please, would you come and protect me from the knees?
Один водитель другой картоху сажает. Почему нет?
I mean, you're right. Together we shall brave the fearsome ethereal plaza.
Блин, я не те кнопки нажимал. Стоп, это что? Это лук? Окей, это один из самых прилично выглядящих луков, что... И он не громоздкий, когда Окей. У лучников есть нормально выглядящее оружие? Вау! Даже не нормальное, а хорошо выглядящее оружие. Это что вообще такое? New Kingdom Composite Bow. Это композитный лук. Ну-ну, ну-ну. Покеду я в Хурлям. Пошел докапаться до ученых. И здесь народу полно. О! Йоу, Котя. Всегда плюс, всегда плюс. Халявный слепор. А, ну да. Мы ж в пати. Нечего, нечего. Все, халява кончилась. Какая хорошая здесь музыка, а? Ах. Ладно. Стоп, я не один прохожу этот квест, судя по тому, что здесь этот садноут стоит. Мяу. Это кафе. Все-то здесь коты.
All those people. All these needs. But we must approach if we are to inquire as to Hukinway's whereabouts. Not that the folk of Etheris are terribly good at telling the Loporits apart. Perhaps we can begin by simply asking if they've seen any Loporits about. Aside from me, that is. Shall we?
Звучит разумно.
Loporits? Yes, I do recall seeing a few of your kin earlier this morning. One appeared to be off to the last stand, while the other was walking towards the stadium.
Тот, который к стадиуму ушел, это, скорее всего, Пулингвей.
Charlians truly as knowledgeable as they say. Thank you, good sir.
Что это за парочка? ждут, отдыхают.
In so many shops line up, I can't help but feel excited. Who knows what's in store? We wanted the other leopards to experience that same sense of anticipation. So, Managing Way and I used this place as a reference for the Dreaming Workshop. Can you tell?
Теперь, когда ты это сказал, да. Есть.
I did see the leopard not long ago, in fact. They were watching diners at the last stand and muttering something about pudding. Yes, I would have sworn they were mumbling, "How's the pudding?" Most peculiar. I have a sneaking suspicion that your mystery matter is not the leopard we're looking for. But I appreciate the information nonetheless.
Кажется, мы все-таки наймем Пудинг Бэй. Не, ну серьезно. Игроки. Откуда столько игроков? Стоп, где этот последний? О, наверху тут. Мне уже с этими дурачками возиться, мне только нужно звонить капитана, и я брошу это произвол судьбы. А, ты прокачиваешь... Фак, как они называются вообще? Тут на К. Их, в общем, прокачиваешь, да. Им вполне подходит Ланс Пролев. Не, понимаю, если бы их можно было брать в обычные миссии или, например, в рейды. Ох! От них столько бы пользы было, если бы их можно было вместо игроков в рейды брать. Ох, я бы их так вкачал. Но, увы, ях.
Gazing at it from the faraway moon, we always imagined Atheris to be the most beautiful place. And truly, it is. I'm glad it's still here. Oh, another leopard! This must be my lucky day. I was indeed just speaking with one of your kind about his research into the Far Eastern recipes, a particular interest of mine. I must say, that fellow has good taste. Recipes, you say? Why, that must have been the cooking way. Do you happen to know where he went? Not precisely, though he headed off towards the west side of the town. Perhaps he went to research more recipes. In any case, your assistance in this matter has been greatly appreciated. Based on what we've gleaned thus far, I believe the unidentified leopard headed to the stadium is most likely the cooking way, in which case, we shall be right on his tail.
Либо же это Пудинг Бэй, потому что он там стоял все это время. Я не помню, где конкретно он. Но он должен был тусовать где-то здесь около дороги. Прям на пути к одному из зданий. Ох, лепота, красота. Tranquility. Идеальное название. Не, серьезно, я об этом не раз думал. Но почему их нельзя брать в рейды? У нас есть система траста. Это прокачка именно сюжетных персонажей. Хотя. Вот он! Ага! Попался кролик. Тут еще про пудинг. Удивительно, Пудингвей болтает про пудинги. Ни один из вас не игрок. Что? Любопытно. Это любопытно. Тот квест любопытный. Главное, прокачивать сюжетных спутников вообще не имеет особого смысла туда. Во всяком случае, я не сталкивался с необходимостью их вообще трогать. Не, сталкивался, вру. Вру. Они как-то были недостаточного уровня. Мне пришлось несколько миссиями пройти, чтобы они поднялись по уровню.
Salutations, Rukinway. Humanway, is that you? What happened to your clothing? It's very yellow. Well, since you asked.
Story dump. Если их нельзя до трусов раздеть, то точно бессмысленно. Можно до купальников раздеть. Там есть наряды купальников. Вариант.
I had no idea that our fellow lubberys were in such dire straits. It's only right that I do what I can to help them.
Это было просто.
And I must admit that I'm eager to test the many recipes I have learned here on Etheris. I know I've been a bit fixated upon carrots in the past, but I'm changing lubberies now. I changed lubbery now. There's a whole world of flavor out here. And it's time that we brought it to Bestway Burrow. Huzzah! Flavor! Of course, I will need a kitchen. I can provide my own pots and pans, but I would appreciate your assistance with dishes and utensils. Most of Etheris' cuisine is not so conducive to known as one might expect. Leave it to us! I saw a chopstick once. Yes, about that. It would probably be best for you to consult Master Deacon at the last stand about the details. He'll show you what you'll need to prepare and in what quantities. Meanwhile, I shall return to the burrow and begin preparing my kitchen. There is much to be done.
Это было просто, его вообще не пришлось убеждать. Шик.
And heavens, he agreed. Let's go and speak with this Master Deacon. I imagine that you have a rough idea of what utensils are, but it never hurts to get a second opinion.
На что это намек? На что это намек был? Что они имеют в виду, что они имеют против того, что я им руками? Вообще самое удобное, ты берешь особый такой мешочек с ремешком, вешаешь его себе на затылок и ешь прямо из него. Очень удобно, всем рекомендую. Хотя. Хотя. Много у них тут коть. Ух. Хотя. Ну, здравствуй, Дикон. Well, if it isn't my favorite temporary server. And I see you brought one of the cute little moonfellows, too. Блин, я не знаю почему, но мне на глаза попалась вот эта вот баночка для чернил, и она мне чертовски нравится. Он типа сделана из камня какого-то. Ох. Tableware for the lovebirds? Well, why not? You'll need dishes and bowls, of course. Some cutlery, perhaps tablecloth, and and mass as well. One moment, I'll make a list. Лист из 600 вещей. This should be everything. Thank you very much. Don't mention it. Just, save a place for me. I'll get up there one of these days. Please do. I'll even send you a proper invitation once we are operational. Speaking of which, it's time we return to Hopper's Hold. Those sticks won't chop themselves. Это не так работает, ну ладно. Не-не-не-не, стоп. Мы возвращаемся к стойке. Прикольная штука. Хочу. To the moon! О, здесь кухонка будет. О, поэтому здесь столики. Ah, there you are. I turned Master Dickens' list over to Managing Way, of course. So preparations are well underway. They did ask me to ask you to craft a few things, though, if you don't mind. Specifically, fancy table mats. Oh, how exciting. I have the necessary supplies here, so you can set to work straight away. As always, we've stocked the dreaming supporter with surplus supplies, so feel free to ask for more in case of unforeseen misfortune. If I had a carrot for every time I've accidentally hopped too hard on one of our components. I always thought this was a cupboard. Так, что вы хотите, чтобы я скрафтил? Какого качества? Неважно? Неважно, какого качества. В любом случае вы получаете наихудшее из возможных качеств. Первое есть. Пинчик.
I trust you work went to plan. Medicine waste plan, that is.
Да. Забирай.
What is that? What those are supposed to look like? Fascinating. Hemingway has already arranged his kitchen according to his very exacting preferences. So we should have everything we need to get started. I hope you worked up an appetite.
Ох. Calamari. Ой, мне куча сладкого. У меня вообще сладкое есть? У меня тут Наполеончика кусочек. Но он такой отвратный. Он такой нехороший.
Feast your eyes on the cooking station. What shall we eat first?
Вы почему не в униформе?
Welcome. Do taste as many dishes as you like. Each recipe has been prepared with loving care. If you have any questions about the flavors or techniques involved, I shall be more than happy to instruct you.
Йоу. Это все выглядит одновременно и токсично, и аппетитно. О, снова этот кролик. Еп. Темный кролик. Серьезно думаю, что это асин какой-то.
I remember the leopard. I should like to speak with them, but they always run off.
The cooking station is now open, servicing the hungry leopards of Hopper's Hold and beyond. There is much yet to be done, however, if each is to find a new purpose. Continue expanding the workshop to see what dreams may come. Блин, я сейчас забил этот тортик. Society. Квестус комплистус. Репутация улучшилась. Да-да-да. Furthermore, the additional quests have access to a wider selection of wares. Yes. Потому что именно я хотел. Да. Пудинг. Кстати. Морковных маффинов. Типа морковных маффинов. Огромное желе. А вот это вот, наверное, кофе, в котором 80% это сахар. Несмотря на все, кажется, у них основной ингредиент все-таки все еще морковь. Так, что новое появилось? Hey, can find his own way without you, but chooses to take along. Возьмем. Гриб джел. Это можно рыбалкой добыть Я уверен, потому что недавно мне это с рыбалки выпадало. Еще один миньон. Йоу, чела морковь. Where did the other carriers go? Interesting cooking. I do like to eat. Отремонтируй мне все. И у нас остались руками кроны. Кстати. А вот и Great Serpent. Офронка. Allegedly. Как он называется, кстати? While not going to be certain the exact intentions of a self-aware interdimensional construct, Roger suggests that this wind aberration is an imagination of Alterote, a legendary wizard who is said could take the shape of a dragon at will. Huh. Interdimensional construct. Любопытно. Ну ладно. Омикрон. Без омикрон. Пара-пара-пара-па. Так. Где они? Я постоянно их потеряю. Они здесь должны быть. Судя по направлению. О. Здрасте. Пойди без разницы. Ботанист. Так уж и быть, есть разница. Привет, Сигма 4. Тык-тык-тык-тык-тык. Сперва то, что внутри, потом то, что снаружи. Vegetation paths. Вот водные кристальчики. Оу. Я не знал, где я вам должен сказать про кофе-брейк. Say. Иди на перерыв. Вали отсюда. Внутри все сделали. Дальше. И туда телепортнуться можно. И туда телепортнуться можно. Вообще удобно. Шик. Хотя вот сейчас может быть такое, что сюда телепортнуться, здесь что-то налутать, потом куда-то отнести. Блин. Одно было рядом тут. Приглашаем констракты. Полка в дух на пирушку. Любопытным занятием мы заняты. Где вон зарождающаяся звезда? Окей. Парящая трава. Plant life sample. Стоп, здесь настоящие растения начали появляться? Нет, все тоже. Absolute Horizon. Promoted. И снова здравствуй, N7000. 7000.
Greetings, Zimaiha. This unit commends your fulfillment of objectives related to the care and feeding of Gribolov customers. Pescatarian menu items, in particular, have met with the high approval ratings. Current mission is proceeding. As our recordings indicate, your people would say, swimmingly. We've learned much from the Karelians and Gribolov, and the last Jax is now the site of joyful cultural exchange. But don't take our word for it. Come and see.
Приходим тут все в огне.
О!
Ты туда отвозишь? Да. Туда даже летать не надо. Оказывается, все это время был бот, который туда отправляет. Вау. Вау. Вы кто такие? Вас не было раньше. Блин, вы мне не нравитесь. Вы, ребят, какие-то жутковатые. Мне не нравится. Нет.
Keep an eye on that one. They've already polished off 3 barrels of soup today. Well-fed Globalif provide important mission data. Soup-related sacrifices must be made. Aha! You like making customers happy, admit it. This unit merely acknowledges customer satisfaction is more conducive to mission objective than mutual hostility. Speaking of which, Patron 005 and Patron 006 should be closely monitored. Try to change subject on me, will you? Wait. The Patron 005 and Patron 006.
Ребята в белом. Как бы они тут самые заметные. Стоп, это то, кем были... Не, какие другие ребята должны быть.
Aha! New game patrons! I, Jaminway, would like to personally welcome you to the Last Dregs. Can you tell me a bit about your home star?
Ominous figure.
Analyzing metaphysical waveform. Nihilism protocol activated.
It has shed in our truth and shed the self. This is well. The universe too is finite. Only in death may we embrace true infinity. Oh, fuck. О, блин. Это культисты последнего дня. О, нет.
Did you just assassinate my barista? Why would you do that?
Situational analysis complete. New customers are of Nibirum civilization. This society eliminated concepts deemed unpleasant by organic life forms, such as war and death. In so doing, individuals attained physical immortality and a state of unified comprehension. Their projections were insufficient, however. The Nibirum people only realized that the elimination of strife would similarly destroy their source of joy when it was too late. At that point, they jointly decided it would be preferable to return to non-existence. Run this unit for a moment. Holding shutdown processes, troubleshoot initialized, repair features and self-determination algorithms restored. Бариста жив? Oh yeah. Why have we returned this being to the finite? The golden mercy of Rala was so close at hand.
Sweet mother, this is terrifying. Cultural exchange be damned. We can't let them near the other patrons.
On the contrary, this unit believes that exposure to other civilizations may benefit these customers, and invites them to tour the local simulations of dead worlds. Nihilistic Nibirum. To be certain, the nature of other civilizations is a long-held curiosity of ours. It might be interesting to discuss their inherent futility. That is the spirit. All societies in Ultima Thule are subject to unique manifestation of despair. So this unit recommends comparing each to the tragic perfection of the Nibirum. We are in favor. To arrive at the philosophical resonance with such a being will feel much more before ballast obliteration. What the hell? Я думаю, это разумно. What the hell?
You have already demonstrated to the people of Ultima Thule their despair can be overcome. Projections indicate that, once restored, hope is not so easily extinguished. So you think they'll be able to help each other? Like you saved M104 just now. I suppose I should be glad that they took you up on it. Those Nibirim make my fur stand out, and I don't want them anywhere near Elysian. It would be nice if we could cure them of their union, of course, but I cannot see how. The Nibirum are the last dead civilization with sufficient data for replication. Should it prove impossible to turn them into satisfied customers, the probability of further development of Elysian is low. Oh, this is frustrating. Why must they be so much scarier than the other two? I retract my complaints about our soup budget.
Logic.
Well, what if we invite patrons from another civilizations instead? The ear, for instance. There is no reason we have to build all of our own customers, and they seem rather thoughtful. At the very least, it would make good practice in philosophical debate. This unit cannot guarantee that any amount of practice would prepare you to treat with the Nibirum. However, it agrees that inviting local life forms to the last drugs would be good for business.
Кто они зарабатывают здесь? Каким образом они что-то здесь зарабатывают вообще? Стимуляция симуляции. Тако. Не. Тако. Oh yeah. У него квестик. Такой собі. Так, кого мы приглашаем?
I should have asked beforehand, but do the ear have mouths? This seems a rather important deal in this context.
Вообще справедливо.
Current objective: convince prospective ear patrons of the desirability of last drag's sustenance. We'll search for potential customers in this vicinity. Could you ask about at the scary stone circle where everyone stares at the sky? Thanks in advance.
Я только что мимо него пролетел, ну ладно, погнали. Ну, здрасте. Блин, флешбеки.
A venue for replenishment and discourse, you say? We once visited similar establishments. They are memorized today through the existence of our restaurant, where we traditionalists gather to restore our ether and vent our petty miseries upon one another. Your civilization is young, so perhaps you do not yet understand that one such location is more than enough. Even the most transcendent minds can only withstand so much vicious discourse.
Не получилось.
The corporeal being derive meaning from patronizing this cafe, you say? Felicitations. Personally, I have long since parted from such material concerns in favor of staring contemplatively into the abyss. To begin chasing hopes and dreams now would be betray my very principles.
Не получилось.
What is your report, you might have? One would think that they could at least show a bit of respect to you, a full people. Out of self-preservation, if not else. The probability of further developments on Elysian is now infinitesimal. No, I've refused to give up. That terrible attitude, all the more reason to make them see the light. Between the three of us, we will get them to enjoy themselves. Implicit threat acknowledged. Initializing joint operation protocols. However, this unit also must acknowledge the non-zero probability of failure. In such a scenario, the odds of ever securing the patronage of Ea and Nibirin must be reversed to hopeless. Projections indicate that the business may not survive this outcome. They're as bad as they are sometimes. Do you know that? Yumaiha, you mentioned that Ea once offered you food, do you not? So they don't consider themselves beyond the concept of a repast. There must be a way to build on that, to make them understand.
Ну как, они поглощают просто эфир, так что им достаточно просто, не знаю, камушки какие-нибудь давать эфировые. Это все. Либо чтобы они таким образом заправлялись.
You interrupt my setting once again. Curious. Is this a physical compulsion? No. We're simply seeking an enlightened opinion. You seem very focused. so surely none would be better suited to answer a few questions. I suppose that would be within the bounds of my principles, and as time is inherently meaningless, you will not cost me what might otherwise have mattered. Pray wait a moment, and I will see if other rationally minded individuals are interested in this diversion. Huzzah! I'll leave the debating to you, Imaiha. See if you can stimulate their inquiring minds enough to draw them to the cafe. Choose the appropriate phrases to generate interest in the last drug block.
Мы пытаемся стимулировать ИА. Уй. Насколько хорошо и просто они будут стимулироваться, давайте посмотрим.
Truly, there is not like a rousing examination to take one's mind off the ceaseless torment of existence. Should we start with the 350,173 questions or so? As is customary. $350,000? I was thinking more in the neighborhood of 3. I see. That in my cognitive agitation, I neglected to account for your base intellects. Carry on with your paltry questions. Queries, then. You have an interest in gustatory sensations. Will long ago abandoned the pursuit of gustatory sensations. Though we yet consume ether to sustain ourselves, we do not experience any particular sensation beyond the sensation of hunger. That is probably sufficient. Though I am curious, you indicated that many beings gather to consume sustenance at your cafe. Do these beings experience gustatory sensations in union? Does this not confuse and upset them? With the opposite, taste is key to customer satisfaction, and our customers are very satisfied, I assure you. Curiosity detected. This unit concludes that your question piqued their interest.
Hell yeah, один есть.
The diminutive being suggests that gustatory sensations are a primary consideration for your establishment. Biologically, however, there are not more than a secondary mechanism to prevent primitive organisms from starving to death. Explain this contradiction. Biology is not the only determination of a good life, you know. Perhaps to truly comprehend our argument requires testing for yourselves. Ooh. Perhaps it is conceivable that, having dispensed with our corporeal vessels, a prolonged absence of sustenance experienced by way of the nervous systems has limited our imaginations to a degree. If only we had possessed the forethought to record our gustatory perceptions for posterity. An unfortunate oversight, to be certain. Yet not a insurmountable one. If you were to visit Lost Dregs, we could help you reclaim some of the knowledge that was lost.
Hell yeah. Science!
Enticement detected. This unit proposes following this conversational trajectory to its natural terminus.
Финальный вопрос.
Though I acknowledge that there is some logic in your argument, we are perhaps at the impasse, given our forms a lack of physicality. Nevertheless, I am curious to know what manner of taste you would present us with had we gastery organs. A taste of your former lives, as corporeal beings perhaps. Indeed, it is rational to assume that as corporeal beings with unique gastery organs, we too once found certain sensations particularly stimulating. If your cafe is capable of providing knowledge of such long-lost sensations, we would welcome the experience. If anyone can do it, we can. We've served a variety of civilizations already, with great success, I might add.
Yes.
Operational success imminent. Allied units must remain engaging for critical final phase.
Oh, fuck. Еще вопрос, что ли?
The preparation of historically accurate sustenance will be no simple task. Yet the pursued being insists on accomplishing it. Is this compulsion intrinsically or extrinsically motivated?
White Girl does suggest that making you happy will help progress my current quest.
It is our deepest and most heartfelt desire to see hope restored to the universe. Very primitive of you. Very well. I am convinced that your establishment will offer an authentic experience of the shackles of the flesh. Heartfelt, it says, how charmingly irrational. Nary a mention of the tangible impact our hope would have on the surrounding dynamis. Those too, of course. But most of all, what we want is for our patrons to enjoy themselves. This unit does not disagree with the assessment of other organic life forms as primitive, though it is rich in irony given the irrationality on display at present. In any case, mission objective complete. Allied units and performance will be logged as optimal. Freak. We see that you indeed had a few questions. Or may we partake in sensory experiences? Well, first we will need to prepare a full course of gustatory experimentation. Experimentation, you say? That sounds most agreeable. If this unit may suggest it, Yimaiha's flesh would make a suitable medium. Oh fuck, они влезут в меня, oh нет. Oh, I quite agree. None has tasted more tastes than the intrepid Yimaiha. Her palate is refined, and her bravery unmatched. She will be the perfect candidate to try any and all dishes we prepare. Then you need only scan and transmit the sensory perception data to AI's consciousnesses. Окей, они просто прочитают это. Они не будут в меня вселяться, ладно, меня это устраивает. It is unclear at present what the people may have eaten in their corporeal days, but we can begin by finding out what sort of tastes they enjoy, then refine the recipe from there. Regardless, we shall need to fire up the oven immediately. As I checked our inventory, the kitchens are well stocked with vegetables, fish, and Charlean cookbooks. The probability that Ai's historical diet was identical to that of life forms of Etheris is astronomically low. This unit proposes incorporating ingredients from other worlds as well. Scanning flavorsome category for ingredient data. Flora near the vitrified fort may contain content suitable for use as seasoning. That indicates that organic life forms love seasoning. Don't hesitate to taste test in the field. Remaining allied units should proceed to the last dregs for recipe analysis. This unit will answer any further customer questions. Okay. У них больше вопросов не было. Яцы! Dark human. Ba-dum, bum. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. Ba-dum, ba-da-da-dum. Блин, далеко. И другая трава. Despite its alien scent and otherworldly location, this rare spice could not possibly be toxic to mankind, right? Все будет зашибись, все будет хорошо, все будет нормально. Что может пойти не так?
Мне, по идее, намного выше, да, вон оно. Она вертикальная, эта локация. Не, ну как бы я хотел вертикальную локацию, пожалуйста, получил вертикальную локацию, но не ждал настолько вертикальной локации. Оп, прибыли.
The air have thus far asked 81,120 questions. This unit can feel the last remnant of its patience sleeping.
На специи.
At a timely rescue. Chemical composition of ingredients within expected parameters. Then let us the experimentation begin.
Бургер, паста, о, рыбка. Как же я теперь хочу есть, вы не представляете. Рыба уродливая, но как она поджарена красиво. Паста хуже всего здесь выглядит. Бургер вообще выглядит так, будто он с картофельной булкой.
Initializing progressive scan of caster inputs.
The perfectly ordinary pasta, the seemingly innocuous hamburger, the vaguely terrifying fish. Начнем с рыбки, она ближе.
Was that fish staring into your soul right now? Hopefully not. In any case, its pallid flesh must have thoroughly absorbed the added alien flavor. You certainly tasted something.
Кого-то явно пронесет после этого.
Oh, possible nearby. The pasta is not unlike that of Etheris, although the otherworldly flavor adds a tang of complexity. As for the air, surely any gluten-tolerant life form enjoys a massive bowl of carbohydrates.
Бургер. Нет, бургер. О, бургер. Он такой с сыром.
You're struck with a sudden certainty that Gemini either borrowed or stole this recipe from the last stand. Although the locally sourced flavoring adds an unexpected spiciness to the medium rare meat inside. Iran is now tingly. Yes, sir, data recovered. Transmitting to patron 007 and 008. So these are the flavors of which you speak. Thank you for helping categorizing each as sweet, salty, sour, bitter, or savory. I fear I am quite overcome by the motley. It is impossible to say whether this sensory assault is identical to what I might have once felt when consuming sustenance. It is a useful reference to ruminate upon nonetheless. And it was well worth the effort in my book. Tell me, did any of the dishes strike you as particularly enjoyable, Ruba?
Понравилось.
The first stimulated me is the most pleasing fashion. How is this flavor derived? Ah, that was flavored with the local ingredients harvested by Maiha, garnished with powdered miracle shrimp. A type of crustacean the Grubelivs are farming in Elysian. Otherwise, crustaceans. The nature of gustatory sensations is incredible indeed. That we found these once pleasant perhaps indicates that we, too, once consumed mutilated decapods. I cannot imagine why would have left this behind. I'm grateful to have even stimulated the experience. And there we have it. Do you think this will be enough to bring about more changes to Elysian? Inconclusive. This unit process that allowed units ascent to scan for signs of change.
Справедливо. Чего гадать, когда можно сходить и посмотреть? Они в сникерсах гуляют. Кедах. С надувной подошвой. Судя по звуку. Yep. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Я посмотрю, тема выдержана между всеми нарядами. Fish. Of Neon Nights. А, он что-то смотрит? Наверное, те же самые квесты, наверное, проходят. Погнали смотреть на планетку.
Info confirms that alterations have occurred. Let's proceed with a scan.
What the hell? Это ваша планетка?
These creatures certainly weren't here before. But what are they? Told me it might have there's jellyfish. No result found on database. Furthermore, these life forms differ from the simulations of Ultima Thule on a molecular level. You mean a new species has been born here? Is it so illogical? Elysium's climate is suitable for the growth of complex vegetation, and a significant portion of its surface is occupied by sea. Many life forms have arisen from similar environments. This unit would venture that under these conditions, the air's earning for a corporeal past was sufficient to cause dynamics to coalesce as organic life. Incredible. New life?
Воздухом долбанет.
Ми-ми-ми-ми-ми. And such very adorable life you are. Yes, you are. Like unto newborn babes. As I assume. Eons have passed since we have held a child. Yet it is not conceivable that some part of us remembers. If these creatures arose from our fondness for the past, they may indeed be the Nessus form mentioned in our ancient records. I do see a certain resemblance. Would you like to give these little ones a name, then? We lost the meaning of our names long ago, leaving us only the simple phonetic system we now employ for individuals. The suggestion that we might impact the significance of the civilization children via nomenclature is depressingly ludicrous.
Ни хрена за последние 2 часа не запомнил.
Не знаю. Тут все вполне просто и понятно.
Притом только за 2 часа, то бишь с этими... С дворфами и с крысами нормально пошло.
We shall call them Mew-Mees. What the fuck? A peculiar name to share, perhaps, but one we may find the meaning in together. Mew-Mees.
Окей, ладно.
I cannot spell that to save my life, but it sounds lovely.
На дворфа и крысы я вроде даже не попал.
I should like to remain with Mew-Mees for a time, but I doubtless know much of ghastly sensations and other such facets of corporeality.
И да начнется цикл жизни.
In serving as their guardians, we may yet reclaim some of what was lost. Your life has arisen from Air's longing. Nurture and protect the Mew-Mees, for they have much to share.
Чем они могут поделиться? Это просто летающие какие-то куски желе.
There is yet room for Elysium to grow and change. What other hopes will the power of Dynamis bring to life?
Было бы, конечно, хорошо, если бы финальная стадия этой звезды была именно, полноценная звезда, то бишь планета. А не просто куски Земли, парящие в бездне.
It will be a great deal more difficult to focus with those creatures about. They're so wibbly wobbly. This unit requests you contain yourself. Energy levels are already low due to Patron's ceaseless querying. However, this unit does admit to curiosity regarding the new lifeforms. Though it is probable that the MeWe's share data with the Air's genetic memory, possibilities for their development are infinite. This differentiates them from other dynamism-based lifeforms. Or maybe they are just one more indication that you lot aren't doomed after all. This place was built for ending, it's true, but I have seen many a beginning. Let's keep that trend going, shall we? Affirmative. Our mission remains one constant among many variables. Мне любопытно. Да, новая репутация, новые товары. Мне любопытно. В году Бринкерс не было Alliance квестов, а в Endwalker они есть, насколько я понимаю. То бишь будет квест, который объединяет все эти три фракции воедино, как-то сюжетно. Я не вижу, как это может быть связано, потому что Аркасадора, они просто делают себе Яндекс.Доставку. А микроны тут строят целую планету. Где она? Там вот она. А лапариты просто ищут себе назначение. Типа, ищут смысл жизни новый. Это, блин, может взаимосвязано быть, я не представляю. Так, ну ладно, таки. Побочки закончили. Я думал, у меня будет всего 2 квеста. Поэтому думал, ну не знаю, на полчаса, на час. Ну, Квадари и Дварфы. А затянуло что-то на 3,5. Из-за того, что эти, оказывается, подоспели. Так или иначе. Дальше. 1500, чтоб Фразатака вернуться. Это ж Каштейн. Ну вообще какие-то нормисные. Аркадору они просто пытаются заработать, и все. Ну, они беженцы, которые взяли и сделали здесь курьерскую службу доставки. Все. Еще один код. Кстати, код без клана. А, потому что он тревелер. Zero. Драгуновский Драгун Драгунович. Пам-пам-парам. Эй, здрасте. Вы тут немножко задержались, извиняюсь. Ага. Well, I'm loath to keep trial waiting much longer. I cannot bring myself to leave before hearing more of the Ritter's tale. It was a most enjoyable expedition, for which I am grateful. As for my evaluation, I shall impress upon the Loporis that a treasure vault is incomplete without doubting since sentinels to test the mettle of the would-be intruders. Ritter speaks of the Azdaja as a lost cause, but I wager he feels differently in his heart of hearts. Соло. There is much about the Void Gate that I cannot even begin to explain. I must convince Vritter to share everything he knows.
Да, в прошлый раз мы остановились на том, что наслушавшись всяких слухов о скрытых сокровищах в каком-то, в кавычках, бункере, отправились туда, нашли ее, поубивали там всю охрану, добрались до центрального хранилища, и оказалось, что это не просто какое-то заброшенное помещение, а это фигня, которую Вритра там построил. Вокруг червоточины в 13-е измерение, куда давным-давно, еще во время войны в России, прыгнула его сестра. Ну, вернее, она прыгнула не в эту червоточину, она прыгнула в другую червоточину. Червоточина тоже идет в 13-е, поэтому он ее держит под ключом и замком. Но ничего не может с ней сделать. Но она стабильна. Что интересует Штолу, потому что Штола, я уверен, теперь думает, как бы это все переназначить, чтобы этот портал в 13-е измерение вел не в 13-е, а в первое измерение, чтобы она могла попасть к своему парню. Нас это с какой стати интересует? Ну, у Рейнджера это интересует, потому что он лапаритм хочет побольше информации дать. Истину это интересует, потому что это связано с Вритрой. А Раху это интересует, потому что мы тут. Да просто. Ладно, Вритра. Дальше. Ты обещал объяснить все.
I promise we will discuss the Void Gate further. But first I must attend to the matter of the Vault's Sentinels.
О, да, мы их всех поубивали, извиняюсь.
The instruments have no doubt informed you. The Capiculu has been reduced to so much scrap. Please bring a new one out of storage, and see that it is conveyed to its post along with some few lesser constructs.
Was it Tomb Robbers?
Franz Born of the Tower of Zot by the Sisters. Do not tell me blasphemy yet roams free.
Не, упс. Тут такое дело.
Such guilty faces. It is not you who is responsible for this.
Oh.
Well, the details aren't important. I shall see it done immediately.
Упси. Извиняемся, мы случайно уничтожили всю вашу армию автоматических охранных систем. Упс.
And with that, the vault will soon be secure once more. Now, I believe you had questions. Quite a few, in fact. But I'd like to begin with the gate itself. Is it still functional? Yes? Indeed, which is why I saw it sealed with an alchemically forged lock and awarded it with my magics. Such power must not fall into the wrong hands. In truth, the primary reason for the vault's construction was to keep the gate hidden from the outside world. So much effort for such a little door. That little door you speak of leads to an abyss teeming with unspeakable horrors. That said, in its current state it would admit only the lowliest of voidsent, and from this side, no one would be able to pass through. No man. I should think Elfinoa would fit, given a firm enough push. Physical size is only one consideration. The true restriction hinges upon the ethereal density of the soul in transit. And yet you succeeded in expanding this diminutive portal and sending your simulacrum to the 13th. Thanks to my brilliant alchemists. I should have destroyed the anomaly when I found it, but instead, I bade them devise a means to control it. After much experimentation, they accomplished the impossible. A method was conceived by which my magics could manipulate the fissure and transform it into a serviceable gate. But the process has long since been forgotten. Once I had given up searching for Azdaja, there was no need to preserve such esoteric and dangerous knowledge. Thus has the gate laid dormant for years uncounted. Our own passage to 13 was made relatively simple thanks to the Crystal Tower. An ancient mechanism channeled the tower's vast stores of energy to open a void gate, one bound to a covenant made with a cloud of darkness. Once that sovereign entity was beaten back, however, the covenant was broken, and the doorway severed from its connection to the void. Theoretically, it should be possible to reconnect the gate by forging a new pact with another void sent, but such deals usually end in betrayal and death. In any case, we should attempt to gain an understanding of the bounty gate. Maybe we could resume the search for your sister. As I have already explained, I put these futile hopes to rest centuries ago. My place and my duty is here now. I had meant to ask, what prompted you to search for the vault in the first place? Здрасте. It was lost in city. If the legends were true. As you have seen, the fabulous wealth from the stories is quite real, if not its rumored origin. But I'm afraid I must assert a prior claim. I've been adding to that throw for years, little by little, but the time has come to spend it, that I might elevate my people's sufferings. Then we are of one mind. We had no intention of taking it for ourselves. Is it right, my friend? Да, увы. Блин, она очень заинтересована. Your Excellency, would you object if I were conduct a closer examination of the gate? I will make no attempt to open it, of course. I owe you and yours a debt that can never be repaid. Whatever boon you ask of me, you shall have it. Пожалуйста, дай мне дом. Или денег на дом. You are most gracious. I shall take full advantage of your permission. Would that I could join thee in thy study, but the Loperitzar will be anxious to receive my report. I beg my leave of you. Bye-bye. And I must be off to Charlene as well. Mistress Krile was eager to speak with you about that request So please come back to the annex as soon as you are able. Farewell for now. Bye-bye. We can discuss my findings once I return. You'll not be rid of me so easily. Блин, она полезет в эту дыру. Она полезет в дыру. Вот смотрите, я уверен. Она пообещала, что в нее не полезет, но она в нее полезет. You may now undertake the Chronicles of a New Era quest series, Myth of the Realm. Speak to the fresh-faced student in the Baldessin Annex to accept the first quest. Yep, таков план. The difficult part in all these will be deciding how best to put these riches to use. Will you lend me assistance in these deliberations? Anything to make up for the contracts we broke. Of course. Thank you, Imaiha. Imaiha and I are in this together. I will follow her example. Vestus completus. Тем временем где-то. Здравствуй, 13-е. Я думал, это еще один корабль. Ага. Ну, здравствуй. Мне кажется, что это император. Он с земли. I sensed the breathing of a gate, but it was not instigated from this side. It was thrown open from the other. I too felt it. A rare occurrence, yes. But such a tiny portal is beneath our notice. There are more pressing matters at hand. An opportunity is upon us, the coming of which we have awaited for nigh and 10,000 years. We dare not let it slip our grasp. 10 тысяч лет, какого? Окей, может в 13-м также по-другому течет время. Но 10 тысяч лет назад еще существовало, типа, изначальное измерение. Типа, последние дни начались 10 тысяч лет назад, то бишь в Сандерине и все такое. Yet we must not underestimate she who bested the cloud of darkness. Even restrained by a covenant, the cloud was not no feeble wisp to be dispersed by some flesh and blood mortal. Стоп, их 4 или 6? 4. Bah, let her come. Overthrow the world and watch this fleshling grasp for breath in her final moments.
Здравствуйте, 4 босса. Knight in Black. Your zeal is admirable, but forget not our cause. Think back on our struggles beneath this sunless sky. Remember why we seed and not our will to fight. Each time we set the war in motion and win redemption for our star. The fuck? Кто ты такой? Не, ну рыцарь в черном, это... Да. Само собой. Какого фига тебе надо? Отвали. Шарлиан. Ол Шарлиан. Почему мы не можем поболтать насчет этой дырки с чуваком, который из 13-го? Который у нас в бывшем HQ сидит и ничего не делает. Mission in Mardona. An odd job. А? Стоп, или оно внутри? Давайте внутри проверим, потом уже полезем искать в интернетах, где это брать. Стоит. Уньянг. Еще один код. Котя. Стоп. Я ее видел раньше. Нет, я ее раньше видел. Здесь вообще никого нету. Что? Риль? Ага. Стоп, где тогда квест? The job of Charlene? Amen. Speak. Miss Will speak with a fresh-faced student of Baldesin Annex. At the Baldesin Annex. To accept the first quest. Стоп, может, Mission in Mardona это квест, который мне нужен? Может, я все правильно прошел? Не, я все правильно пошел. Привет, чел. Ты и правда какой-то... Какой-то... Гарри. Аргривз. Еще одна. Картох. Большая котя. Бля, блин. Так. Я думаю, я сделаю перерыв. Хожу, заварю себе чаек и фиг. И вернусь. Скоро буду. Может, еще перекушу что-нибудь по-быстрому. Да-да-да. А то тут слишком много еды. Ел прикольный наряд. Ну да, скоро буду. Парам, парам-парам. Я вернулся. Перекусил по-быстрому сальца. Йоу, народ. Дипс. Аллилуйя. Правильно ли это Кося? Проверим. Нет. Нет. Окей, бывает это Котя. Так, где моя желтая крыса? Иди сюда. Погнали теперь. За врата. Mission in Mardona. Ну, здравствуй. Майха, welcome back. I perchance here to see Kryl. I'm given to understand she has a task for which she desires your assistance. Then I shall fetch her at once. Pray, wait a minute. Давно я не слышал Pray. Не видел. Ох, ностальгия. Pray return to waking sands. My thanks for coming. If you're not available, I'd like you and Raha to assist me in the task I had mentioned. For you to call me Maiha, I assume the task in question is somewhat more exciting than sorting through paperwork, which I'm pleased to add I have finished. So if Maiha is ready, then so am I. Our venture to the bounty has only served to whet my appetite for field work. Not to oversell things, but I suspect you won't be disappointed. Ere I divulge the details, however, permit me to provide some background. As you know, our organization, the Students of Baldesion, was founded by my grandfather, Galuf. А еще у вас пропал остров. Может, это с этим как-то связано еще. Было бы шикарно. Потому что их целый остров испурили. Вообще, там это с Эврикой связано, но... Эврика. Ладно. Our stated mission was to uncover the mysteries of Heidelin, interpret her will, particularly through the study of her gift to us. We've since learned the whole truth, and it might be said that we fulfilled our mission, but our work is far from over. In the course of our endeavors, we also sought to devise countermeasures against threats that come to light. Our involvement with the Warring Triad is an example of such. Splendid. It is my belief that in continuing to seek out the unknown and dealing with threats, we best carry on the student's mission. We best honor those we lost when the Isle of Val was destroyed. Я совсем забыл, что Эврика существует. Надо ее пройти все-таки. Forgive me. I didn't mean to darken the mood. In saying all this, I simply wanted to clarify our organization's purpose for a new age. In line with said purpose, I've been reviewing new requests, and one in particular jumped out at me. It comes from none other than Rambrose, of the Sons of the Saints Konak. Oh, его мы не видели давным-давно. Truly, has something happened in Mardona then? So it would seem. And he wishes to entrust the matter to us. Well, this missive is strapped on details. He writes that it lies beyond the Sons of Expertise, uncharted territory, are the exact words he used. I'd like you to meet with Rambrose
and conduct a preliminary survey. What say you?
Окей. Это в Мордоне, это рядом с Кристальной башней, все, что связано с Кристальной башней, это круто.
Wonderful. When you're ready, make your way to Revenant's stall. I shall let Arambros know to receive you there. I must remain here to oversee our operations. But should it transpire that more hands are needed, don't hesitate to send word.
Okay. Well, there is no time like the present.
If you'd go on ahead to Revenant's stall, I shall make ready and then be on my way.
Ба-да-да-ба. Погнали с котиком на еще один квест. Главное, чтобы он с нами не заигрывал. А тоже есть не нулевой шанс, что мы скажем «да». Я открыл язык. Она закрылась. Естественно, она закрылась. О, здравствуй, птиц. Ой, сколько здесь народу, йоу! Раз котя, два котя, три котя. Wait. Какого? Вы здесь-то столько народу? Зарядо. Какого? Человеки, вы откуда? 70-й, 50-й, 81-й. Дракон. Драгон. Я думал, это игрок, а это напись. Есть еще товарищи. Почему-то все ящерицы. Это странно. Да. Как же много народу. Шикарно вообще-то. Вообще-то шикарно.
There you are, Micah. Good steam, we're early. My apologies for the wait.
Эй, привет, великан. Давно мы тебя не видели, вау. Мы последний раз с ним общались в самом конце этого Штормблада. Когда наших товарищей начали... Он начал...
Ambrose, what a pleasure to see you again. How have you been?
The pleasure is all mine, my friend.
I've been well, and it gladdens me to see you, that you are too. Now, I know you have many demands upon your time, so I shall explain the particulars of our request at once. Recently, an explorer came to us who claims to have discovered the Phantom Realm. Huh? A Phantom Realm? So this is what you mean by uncharted territory. You're not familiar? Perhaps unsurprising, given that it is a lesser-known legend.
Phantom Realm. Смею предположить, там феи обитают.
This legend holds that, across Eorzea, there exists a realm that appears as a mirage. Though visible from a distance, it fades away as one draws near. But it has featured in myth since ancient times. The realm's existence could not be proven, and thus it is seldom mentioned in literature. In spite of this, fueled by rumors of the occasional sightings, the myth has persisted and continues to capture the hearts of and minds of explorers. Феи, долбаные феи. That you yourself should reach out to us. Is it real then? When first the explorer in question approached us, we doubted him. But we couldn't doubt the evidence of our senses. Nay, the realm is real, as you will soon see for yourselves. Good gods, a part of me still struggling to believe it, but have no reason to doubt you. Suffice it to say, we're eager to see the realm too. Yeah, да, погнали. Wherever truth awaits, I pray you will succeed in finding it. Technology explorer, one Derek. He has seen more of the realm than us, and should be willing to serve as your guide, Derek. I asked him to accompany me here, but he preferred to continue exploring on his own. He'll be somewhat near the banks of Silvertear Lake, I expect. Знакомое имя. Understood. Oh, thanks, Rambrose. Derek. Come, let us split up and look for our explorer. Дерек. Мне почему-то кажется, что Дерек — это Виера коричневый, которого мы в этом встречали. Который, типа, собиратель важных вещей для Олд Шарлиан. Вот мне он вспоминается как Дерек. Он, скорее всего, не Дерек. The explorer doesn't appear to be in this area. Aww. Почему он от меня прячется? The explorer doesn't appear to be in this area. Oppo. You see a small Oppo. It couldn't possibly be the explorer. Or could it? Привет, Oppo. In case you were entertaining that thought, he might have, that Oppo isn't our explorer. I have the man in question here with me. Окей, не важно. Не, он совершенно знаком не выглядит. I'm Derek, the one who discovered the Phantom Realm. My apologies for making you search for me. Я тебе не доверяю сразу. Ты выглядишь слишком важно, чтобы быть обычным неписем, который приведет нас к квесту. Curious about the creature, are you? I found him injured during one of my journeys and tended to him. Since then, he has taken to follow me around. He's inquisitive, but otherwise harmless. So pray pay him no mind. Плюс очень много анимаций уникальных для себя. You are the hero who delivered the serf from doom, are you not? What good fortune that one as capable as you should lend her aid. To be clear, our organization has yet to accept the commission. Before we can make a decision, we would conduct a preliminary survey. Will you guide us to the Phantom Realm? Of course. I'll show you to the entrance at once.
Просто вход?
The gate to realm alone dreamed of by explorers.
Просто так. Все это очень подозрительно. Дерек. Окей, я думал, хоть за нами наблюдать будет, но нет. А теперь ты в воде ходишь.
What are you... Impressive, isn't it? When the gate manifested, so too did this magic, allowing one to thus walk upon water.
It's just a ranger spell.
Someone conceived the means to do this at will? An intriguing individual. It's perfectly safe, I assure you. Come.
Я ему не доверяю. Я ему совсем не доверяю. Тем более теперь. Ну, F. Я бы еще попрыгал на месте. Раха, попрыгай. Раха, подпрыгни.
By the 12. You truly can walk here. What magic is this? By what means it is perpetuated?
Forgive me.
Let us continue on.
Плюс, почему никто этого не заметил? Почему сейчас? Как никто не мог заметить этого? Очень-очень подозрительно. Yep. Yep, это Мирфей.
This is the Phantom Realm.
«12 кружков». Не, ну это без сомнений Мирфей.
The Omphalos.
Омфалос. Да. Дайте мне здесь погулять.
To think that the entrance would lie over Silver Lake, Ceruti Lake. There is nothing out of ordinary with the environment. The sights, the sounds, the smells all appear as they should be in nature. That is to say, this place is no illusion. Даже музыка на фейчик намекает. О. Долбаные феи. I bid you welcome to the level of the Phantom Realm. The Falls. Свобода двигаться! Yes. Так, а с какой-то стати у нас тут знаки богов? Три, 4, 5, 6. Есть каких-то отдельных фиговин. Возможно, связанных с богами. Ну-ка, по цветам что-нибудь сходится? Очень зеленый вон. Оранжевый, окей. Красный. Синий. Один из фиолетовых. Окей. Цветовое сходство есть с центральным кругом. То есть, возможно, это будет как-то связано с половиной башков. Но я теперь думаю, что это не связано с богами, это связано с феями. Я думаю, это местная... Я думаю, это феи этого отражения. Сорса. Оу! О, башня. Да, мы над Мордоной. Что он кристальная башня. Наверное, даже над Таналаном. Судя по террейну под нами. Пипи-опопа. А как? О как? Well, is it what you were expecting? Нет. Но я практически уверен, что это как-то связано с феями. И что он фея. Или что-нибудь подобное. The Falls. You said this place is called. A name of my own conception, I confess. I felt we needed something to call it by. Lest you wonder, the word means Neville, in an ancient tongue. An allusion to Mordona's location in the heart of Aldenard. As you can see, there are man-made structures in the place appears well kept, and there isn't a single soul in evidence. Ты здесь есть. It is my hope that you will help me to shed a light upon this realm, to learn who created it, and to what end. I should also like to know why it has revealed itself now. Was it simply close chance that kept it hidden, or something more? In any case, let us begin by taking a look around. Я уже смотрелся. Но давайте еще раз осмотримся. Кстати, кристаллик я могу... Портал ли это? Ну, в смысле, аферит ли это плаза? Mysterious Monument. Stone monument has been erected here. By whose hands, you cannot say. But the motifs brought into its base appear familiar. Вау, да ладно. In the distance, you see what appears to be a crystal tower. Though the clouds make it difficult to be sure, it would seem that you are in the sky above Silver Tear Lake. No such isle could be seen from the outside, however. Пока что ничего прям сверхъестественного, потому что, например, Азисла тоже был невидимый. До поры до времени. Я начинаю склоняться, что это постройка времен битвы магов теперь. Хотя архитектурно не подходит. Архитектурно больше похоже на Элпис из всех вещей. A number of structures, such as this, can be seen in the area. What purpose could they possibly serve? The architecture is unlike anything seen in Eorzea. Really exquisite stuff. The Opa seems quite at home, wouldn't you say? How many times has Derek come here, I wonder? Хороший вопрос. Где тут фея? Вот он. Окей, я начинаю подозревать, что с феей здесь никак не связано. Фея здесь ни при чем. Ну, как бы нормально, если они ни при чем, просто. Ну тогда. Блин, прям в камеру посмотрел. Finished looking around, have you? What are your impressions? We have had only a cursory glance, but this is truly a mysterious place. The gleaming spire rising beyond the clouds. That is most certainly the Crystal Tower. And judging by its aspect, by a considerable distance above Silver Tear Lake, which would suggest the gate we entered is a teleporter. However, if this isle lies where it appears to lie, then it could have escaped the battle of Silver Lake skies unscathed. Which is to say, we are in Mordona, and yet we are not. It is as if we were displaced from our world, if only slightly. Displaced in an apt way to put it. Was there aught else you noticed? Aye, the motifs upon yonder structure. They are unmistakably the marks of the 12. By which I posit that this was created to be a place of worship. But by whom? I cannot think of any who would have possibly built such grand premise. No, magically conceal it, At least, not in the wake of the Battle of Silver Lake Skies. Aye, this is a mysterious place indeed.
Дерек здесь как-то замешан. Этот Дерек нас проверяет. Внимательность нашу проверяет.
Magically concealed. In like manner, perhaps, to the ruins of Amdapor, or the Twelveswood. The city, I understand, appeared when the Seventh Umbral Calamity weakened the elementals.
The realm of the gods. What the hell?
Well, it seems there is but one solution for our ignorance. A thorough investigation. For this, we will require more manpower and supplies, among other things. With your permission, we will confer with our representative, Trial, and make the necessary arrangements for a formal investigation.
Он будет против.
Oh, if that is what must be done to commence your work in earnest, then by all means. Without further ado, then, let us return to Charlene.
Hold, mortals!
Hello?
Йо, это пар... Нет, стоп, что?
You profane this sacred realm with your very presence, and must answer for your irreverence.
Oh, fuck!
I'm Bodyguard, the Builder.
Then, what are you?
Let there be no doubt, we are not simulacra born of mortal faith. Nay, we 12 are divinities true. And in Heidelin's absence, were the stars rightful rulers, its will. Closely have we watched mankind. And we have determined that you, champion of Heidelin, pose a threat to our ascension.
В смысле ascension? Вы уже вознеслись, вы уже боги.
Sagely man's voice. You're foolish to wander into our realm. We could destroy you with ease here and now. But as divinities, we must demonstrate grace and forbearance. There is but one path. We must await this mortal's worth. Hear, hear. Let there be a trial. While the mortal would invariably be destroyed, it would at least provide us with a diversion. What? You suddenly appear and expect us to simply comply with your whims? Protest if you will, but mortal logic means not to gods. You will abide by our laws. Lo, the gateway to your sanctums lies open. To our sanctums. Show us the strength of mankind. Show this the horror of mankind. Show us the spirit of mankind. If man would remain the master of his own destiny, then assemble your comrades and come and prove your worthiness. То бишь в каждом домике их сидит по два. What the hell? Ну да, логично. Не-не, все логично ведь. Мужества же они распределены по парам. Типа каждый из них это отдельный элемент в двух ипостасях. Seven hells. In my previous forays, nothing like this ever happened. I encountered not a single soul, and certainly not gods. And by their own admission, they mean to take over the star. What are we to do? The situation has indeed taken an unexpected turn, but we must try to think clearly. The 12 have alone been revered and worshipped in Eorzea, and myths about them abound. But to my knowledge, they have never thus appeared so openly before people. For these beings to suddenly reveal themselves, just when we're here, claim supremacy of the star and challenge my to a trial. Too much about this feels odd, and it gives me pause. Справедливо. Fair enough. Yet as it stands, it seems we can't dismiss the threat either. Whatever they are, if they are issuing challenge, then challenge accepted. Gauss von Balser once said that the 12 too were simply primals. Я сомневаюсь, что 12 это просто праймалы. Потому что если бы они были просто праймалами, они бы чаще вызывались. Не было бы такой проблемы их вызвать. Пока мы не встречали ни одного праймала, который бы сопротивлялся призыву. Потому что это не живое существо, это воля народа, воплощенная в Симулакрум ее. This is starting to be another strange affair. Well, it was an adventure, we thought. I did say we found it. In any event, if these beings seek dominion over the star, as they say, what happens here may have far-reaching implications. To that end, I believe we should take action. Suffice it to say, are you with me? Блин, я хочу погуглить 12, но я не могу погуглить 12, это раскроет... Это по-любому что-нибудь просто полирит. And the students of Baldessian will officially tend to the situation. Aye. In the course of studying the star's mysteries, you have undertaken to deal with any threats that may arise. This is no different. О, я попробую у искусственных интеллектов сейчас спросить. Только это надо как-нибудь хорошенько сформулировать, чтобы оно мне не проспойлерило ничего лишнего. Допустим. Предоставь список 12 богов из Final Fantasy 14. В формате имя, элемент, нет, в формате знак Бога, имя Бога, элемент Бога. Полярность, назовем так, полярность Бога. Light / darkness. В скобочках. Так, знак, имя, знак и цвет Бога. Цвет и описание знака Бога. Хотя нет, не. Начнем с элемента Бога и полярности. Загруппируй божеств по элементам. Исключи ту информацию, что не была запрошена. Так, наверное, да? Аккуратненько. Отлично. О, отлично, он предоставил мне то, что я хотел. Hell yeah. Астрал Умбро. Так, у нас было... Бригот. Так, у нас пришли. И оранжевая. Весы и монеты. Так. Оранжевый тогда что? Оранжевый, наверное, земля, да? Ice, water, wind, earth.
Ice. Это, наверное, wind. Lightning and fire. Так. Ice, water, wind. Давайте так посмотрим. Фиолетовенький, да? Фиолетовенький. Я думаю, это молния, да? Молния. И молот. Нет тут такого. Молния, разрушенный камень. Весы и монеты. Чего? А, весы и монеты. Весы и монеты. Это значит наддал. Это наддал. 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 Значит... Стоп, мне не сходится. Тогда это должна быть Азема. Либо наоборот. Давайте сделаем по-другому. Подробное. Подробное. Здание знака Бога. В кавычках. Узор и цвет. Давайте так, давайте так. Окей. Рука или двухглавый молот? Рука. Рука. Barry the Builder. То бишь, вот это Barry the Builder. Молния или разрушенный мир? Это значит, у нас был Ралгар, The Destroyer. То бишь, у нас вот эти четверо были. Merchant Scales от Twin Traders. Ну-ка. Спелый колосс, плодородная земля. Это у нас... Нафика? Дмитрон? Это у нас песочные часы. Это Althik the Keeper. По цвету. Блин, по цвету сложно судить. Не, по идее, то это вот эти двое должны быть. Судя, если судить то по цвету. Тогда то выходит земля. То выходит земля. Это выходит электричество. Это выходит огонь. Синее. Прям синее-синее. Синее это выходит... Вода. То это вода. Это у нас Сталик. Это Немея. Белка шелковая вуаль. Что? Это шелковая вуаль? Что? 3 копья. Это Халоне. Кстати. Помолимся. Полная луна. полная луна, это у нас Менфина, the lover. The Fury, the lover. Это лед. Лед-земля. Огонь. Электричество. Потом вода. А то, значит, зеленый, значит, ветер. Корабельный штурвал, морские волны. Морские волны. Лимлин, The Navigator. Привет, Лимса. А другое это Ocean, The Wanderer. Это надо было брать. Посох странника. Окей. То бишь мы имеем дело. Фак. Мы имеем дело с Налдалом. Во-первых, имеем дело с Ралгером. Ну-ка, ну-ка. Сейчас мы картиночки откроем, посмотрим на них. Скриншотов понаделал, да. Давайте на них посмотрим. Я вот сюда вот перенесу. У меня был список. Где скриншоты? Они... Стоп, где их скриншоты хранятся? Ок. В документах? Скриншоты? Games? Fantasy? Скриншоты? О! Во! Нашел. Окей. Measured man's voice. Блин. Итого. Ту-ту-ту-ту-ту-ту. Как мне это показать нас? Итого, вот что мы имеем. Это у нас Барригот. Он сам представил. О, я не сделал это видимым. Оп. Это у нас Барригот. The Builder. Он сам представился. Все хорошо. Это Ролгер. The Destroyer. А эти двое у нас... Хороший вопрос. Spirited Woman's Voice. Spirited. Ты, я думаю... Это Налдал. Я думаю. Это взвешенный мужской голос. То бишь, весы и все такое. То же это Умбрал аспект огня, а это Астрал. Не, это Астрал. Аспект огня. А это Умбрал. Аспект огня. Типа более хаотичный. Это у нас тогда выходит Азема. The Warden. Окей. Круто. Very good. The Builder. Мне нравится у него. Из гвоздей. Прикольненько. Champion of Hydaelyn. Was a threat to our ascension. Это не имеет смысла, кстати. Вот эта фраза совершенно не имеет смысла. Они уже боги. Куда им дальше возноситься? Так что либо это не боги, либо это боги, но они что-то задумали. Не то, что говорят. А где все? Вон они. Эй! Я все пришел, я все расшифровал. Здрасте.
To think that we would encounter the 12.
Дерек. Я тебе не доверяю, Дерек. Есть ли у нас какой-нибудь бог на имя Дерек? У нас есть... Окей. Предоставь описание сущности каждого из богов, кратко, исключая любые спойлеры сюжета, 2-5 словами на бога. Не, давайте сократим даже 2-3 словами на бога. Бог времени, бог плодородия, бог торговли, бог солнца, бог разрушения, бог строительства, бог странствий, бог навигации, богиня судьбы, бог знаний, богиня любви, богиня войны, богиня и боги. Знаешь что, Дерек? Знаешь что, Дерек? Просто из-за того, что твое имя заканчивается на YK, я предположу, что это Алфик, бог времени. То есть найти у него в дизайне где-нибудь песочные часы, чтобы подтвердить свою дурацкую догадку. Он в зеленом, поэтому как бы под землю он подходит. Хотя земля тут оранжевая, ну пофиг. Хотя не, у него глазки вон оранжевые, как раз таки. Как раз таки глаза оранжевые. Как бы земелька. Все дела. Бог времени. Я склоняюсь к мнению, что это один из богов. Что это какой-то тест они решили устроить. Я заинтригован. Ух, я заинтригован. Right. Let us deliberate our course of action. Derek, know you out of these beings' sanctums? Aye. Their domains in the phantom realm that lie beyond each gate. I've explored them all. What? Ты об этом не говорил? Perhaps due to ethereal instability, there are times when one can enter, when ordinary one cannot. But it would seem the way has been opened for us. While I encountered no gods during my previous forays, I saw enough to know my way around. Yep, я ему не верю. Все, он один из богов. I'm but a humbler explorer, and not content with gods. But if you'd be willing to protect me, I will serve as your guide. Guide. Он может быть Оскан, The Wanderer, бог странствий. Это подошло бы по цвету к его костюму, потому что это тогда был бы зеленый аспект ветра. Привет с новым днем. Ты сегодня позже, чем обычно. Здравия. С возвращением. Ты обычно успеваешь в первую минуту нового дня, а тут, бам, 3-я минута. Что-то случилось. Блин, я теперь беспокоюсь, что-то случилось. Посох странник. У него нет посоха. В общем, либо это бог-путник, либо кипер. Блин, кипер притом. Кипер. Типа он страж этого места. Один из богов, я уверен. Assemble your comrades. Very good, Betas. As strong as I know you are, we know little and less about our foes. Neither their strength nor their true nature. It would be decidedly reckless to contend with them unprepared. And so, as much as I would like to accompany you, I shall do what affords us the best chance at victory. While you set forth to answer the gods' challenge, I will work behind the scenes in my capacity as a student. For one, it would behoove to arm ourselves with knowledge about the 12, and I shall begin my appraising trial of the situation. By thus utilizing our resources to the fullest, we shall overcome whatever trials await. Да-да, nerd. Nerd. Моя любимая категория R4. Близко, это FF14. Да и в карьере 2. И за рулем один голос на дорогу, в другой в чат. О, блин, не-не-не. Так. Дарик. If you are ready to set forth, then so am I. Он один из богов, я уверен. Либо еще одна личность, что выдает себя за бога. Аглая. Окей. Join. Их должно быть 3. Да, их 3 должно быть. Join. 30 минут ожидания, ёкало мане. Вроде ж объединили серваки. Какого хрена? Фак. Йоу, генерация фреймов с ума сходит. Смотрите на это. Разносит просто в пух и прах. Так. Ну, это явно затянется. Как бы 30 минут я не буду этого ждать. Нет, withdraw. Давайте тогда это перенесем. Это мне, блин, чертовски интересно, потому что наконец-таки божества это завязаны. Но. Это надолго. Это надо в выходные проходить. Когда народ есть на серваках. Обратно в Разахтан. и разбираться с дыркой в пространстве. Между пространствами. Да. В которую сейчас Ештола по-любому полезет. Несмотря на то, что она сказала, что никуда не полезет. Она и трогать эту дырку будет, и пихать в нее всякое. I hope you enjoyed the expedition at least. Otherwise, it was a heavy price to pay for a treasure map leading to the treasure we can't keep. Немного заплатят. Shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which groups would benefit most from monetary assistance. Yeah. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the satrap directly, so I'd ask that you act in my stead. Imaiha, you are to visit Akayali and Yarinman. Speak with Mastaya and his people, Matsaya, and listen to their grievances. Estinian, I bid you to do the same at Palaka's stand. I will be counting my own inquiries at the Gunsgull Grounds. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, we can reconvene at Magatura. Вот это его замок, да? Нет, не важно. Байк. По-любому она еще в полете как-то раскладывается. Не, ящерка прикольная все равно хотя бы. Что, блин, началось с этой дурацкой ящерицы? Видел предыдущие сообщения о том, что ты за рулем? Так и не говори, что ты уже не за рулем, а руль отдельно где-то валяется. Oh, Imaiha, I was so glad to see you had returned. Блин. В смысле, что? В смысле, да. Так, не надо меня пугать. I was so glad to see you had returned unharmed. You finished with the boat, then. Своего рода. Не за рулем. Хотя бы уже за рулем. Окей. Так понимаю, ты поменялся с кем-то, ладно? Anything the village desperately needs? Well, I suppose Halzal's loss hit us the hardest. I've been trying to find buyers for my fish, but although I sell a few here and there, it's so much more difficult than it was before. Everyone's still struggling to rebuild their lives. For now, we're just banding together as the best we can. Окей, мне кажется, их главная проблема будет не в том, что у них денег не хватает, а в том, что торговые пути нарушены. Уж по-хорошему просто вкинуть все деньги в восстановление флота торгового. Не грусти. Of where's the port? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? The trade routes are open once more now,
that the danger has passed, certainly. But now a small number of merchants have had to sell their ships to make ends meet with short terms. And to that, the sailors were lost in the final days. And it's a little wonder the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Halsall and his consortium were still with us, I'm sure he'd have found a way to turn our fortunes around. Now that was a man who had things done, has rest his soul.
Да, то бишь главная проблема — это отсутствие флота торгового. Они не могут ни ввозить, ни вывозить товары в необходимых количествах. Как насчет постройки воздушных кораблей, а? У меня есть компания, которая этим занимается, знакомая. Я могу рефералку вам дать, не хотите? Не.
Greetings and welcome, traveler. If this is your first visit to Dawntrail, then you must try my special Armored Lassie. It's refreshing. The zest cannot be beat. Could such a wonder cost, you wonder? Normally, I part with 3 bottles for the generous price of 19,800 gil. But for you, I'm willing to go as low as even 10,000. It'd be practically stealing from me.
At this price, you're the only one, you're the only thief around here. I am not Estonian.
Estonian? Who's this? Ah, you're the one who was with that spear-turned fellow. Well, you can hardly blame a man for trying. The world may no longer be on fire, but we are still suffering through the ashes, so to speak. Sisters, spare me. We might as well have that ugly tower back for the... Oh, блин, я про башни совсем забыл. To the scant few travelers we see these days. I myself barely have the coin to buy at local prices. I tell you, if I didn't charge the old adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea, I'd be scavenging for scraps in the streets. He has spoken with key local figures and gained an understanding of the populace's hardships. Vashan awaits your report in Magaduta.
Не, Магадута — это его замок, все верно. Я просто не там искал его замок. Не в ту сторону посмотрел. Все правильно. Магадута. Йоу, Вритра, покажи свою физиономию. Пожалуйста. Пожалуйста. Ёкламена, Вритра. Ну тебя. Стесняется. О, Котя. Deliver Longtail. Pause, cross. Он 94-й. Почему здесь так много народу? Wisp. Это Стенин. My stint on Vritra's back did not go unnoticed. I couldn't take 2 steps before another Hunnish local was thanking me profusely for saving their home. Меня с трудом узнали. Ah, my advisor's return. I've just made it back myself.
Why do you retain this vessel, and now that your true form is known? You'd have flown across the island in a fraction of the time.
Потому что в этой форме он может... Он менее пугает людей. Плюс он может пробраться по улочкам, пройтись спокойно. Видно же.
Be that as it may, the sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling, to say the least. There are few places I can enter comfortably without risk of flattening some cart or stall.
Что я сказал? Думай, Стинин, прежде чем спрашиваешь. Fair enough.
As for my inquiries, the peoples of Palakas stand unanimously in their reply.
They are surviving.
Resources were scattered, stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they persevered with some assistance from Himmelhad. From what I understand, they have always been an independent community, hunters and foragers, and the like, and I was assured that the jungle provides for their needs for the most part. Pakistan has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself had good news and bad. The quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of pine gall for a foreign trader. But such visitors are few and far between. Compared to our best years, the weight of stone living Thavnair has been a light indeed. Our nation is small and desolated. Its prosperity depends on a steady stream of exports. We must identify any obstacles to the flow of trade, so when we begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn from Akayali and Yerehmad?
Мне не дадут выбрать. Ну ладно вам. Нет, все просто. Им нужны корабли.
I see. Without a dedicated buyer, the average fisherman must struggle to offload his daily catch. Which is why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and storage of able-bodied sailors in Edelman. I'm reminded of a child I spied as I made my way back to the palace. His father lost at sea when the beasts sunk their vessel. So many variations of the same tragic tale, repeated over and over, so many lives lost. Aww. Enough grief to drown in if we let ourselves be overcome. But we will not. In my higher Stinian, I will consider the perspectives you brought me, and devise a plan to help my people confront this adversity. Come, I would like you to be in attendance when I announce the proposal to my assembled functioneers.
Дракоша. Ну же, покажись. Не стесняйся. Алле, привет, Варитра. My bad. Виноват.
The riches the Radiant Host have retrieved were hoarded in Al-Zadar's name. I set aside for a future day of need. And lo, that day hath come. May it aid our wounded city in reclaiming its vibrancy and vigor. In better times, I would leave such a task to our capable Ahawan. God's rest his soul. Finding myself bereft of his counsel in the here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedlamad. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more. None were spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this, I am well aware. But an absence was created by the loss of Karazal's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. The simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come. Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course?
Oh, fuck. Taxes. Levy them and trade profits in exchange for your investment. Takes the village. Adelshire's orphanage was funded through trade of highly coveted goods.
Of course, we can draw on trading profits to build a new institution. Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of our Zadal's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage. Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name.
Ooh. When it honored one of the most successful merchants.
A fitting candidate. Karazal should be remembered, not as the blasphemy which terrorized Daphne, but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among you object to this proposition. Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Kalzal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well. Isn't that right, men?
This bodes well for that boy. Murad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Kalzal Foundation. Nabdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor.
Как нежно. Не тащить их силой.
Clerks, see to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
Dragon and man, side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. Reminded of Ishgard.
Что пойдет не так по-любому. Options. Деньги, конечно. Конечно, есть всякое вкусное. Но деньги, конечно. Конечно же, деньги. Вы еще сомневаетесь. Дрифт. Mission accomplished. Славно. Па-па-ра. Что ж, я думаю, я на этом на сегодня закончу. А то уже 12:30. Пора бы уже и меру знать. О, долго загружалось, хотя здесь не так уж и много народу. Эй, чьё? Чьё? Иди сюда, иди сюда. Иди сюда, крыса. Yes. Крыса, yes. Yes. Ну, здесь и остановимся. Что ж, спасибо всем, кто взглянул. Удачи, до встречи в следующий раз, который будет, я надеюсь, завтра. Надеюсь, я завтра поиграю в Star Citizen. Вроде бы сегодня может открыться для всех волн PTU. Так что посмотрим. Посмотрим. Будем его трогать, если откроется до завтра. Ну, а пока что пока. Не, стоп. Минутку, какой пока? Не-не-не. Не, сейчас как обычно. Возьму, вас кину куда-нибудь. Так. Кто у нас сейчас стримит в финалочку? Я всегда забываю, что у нас есть возможность кидаться людьми в других людей. Поэтому кто стримит в финалочку? по возрастанию аудитория. О, кто-то Shadowbringers проходит. О! Да, погнали к ним. Они вон там по... Илбек бегают. Так, рейд. Бам. Все забирайтесь на рейд. Передавайте человеку привет. А я на этом все. Пока.